We'll roll call in 30 seconds. Stand by. There we go. So I'll call this last council meeting before a much needed summer break to order, and recognize that we are meeting today on Treaty 6 territory, the traditional territory of the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples, as well as this being one of the great homelands of the Métis Nation and one of the largest gathering places for Inuit south of the Arctic Circle. And we'll call upon our many diverse and honored traditions to build something bigger than the sum of its parts in today's deliberations, as always, in the treaty spirit. I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda in a moment, but first I'll roll call. Councillor McKean.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Nicol.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Walters. Councillor Walters had let me know he's dealing with a family emergency today, so he won't be able to join us. Councillor Banga.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Councillor Carmel. Good morning. Good morning. Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Zadig.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Essinger.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Henderson.
Morning.
Live and on deck, and Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. And so for today's meeting, the first part of it, Councillor Cartmel is the deputy, and if we spill over into July 7th, the roster shifts and Councillor Henderson will be the deputy for the next month. So, and I appreciate that you're both here. That's handy. So, so now I need a motion to adopt the agenda with some additions. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. I will move that the July 5th and 7th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The additions of 6.2, remote participation at council, 6.5, council calendar change, 9.1, Edmonton Police Commission scope proposal update, and 9.5, collective bargaining update.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Thank you. Any questions about the agenda? Any debate? Not seeing any. Please vote.
Councillor Nicol? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried. The minutes, Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the adoption of the June 28th, 2021 Audit Committee meeting, the June 24th or 22nd, 24th City Council meeting, the June 23rd and 29th City Council public hearing, and the June 25th, 2021 special City Council meeting minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Any questions, concerns, errors or omissions? Not seeing any, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried. All right, next up is protocol items. And we have but one today. Well, one quick one. I will note that Mr. Quach, the new city auditor's first day is today. And Mr. Ewan, as his last day was Friday, so there is a little bit of a change of command over at the audit office happening over this weekend. And so just to note that. And we'll make sure to plan a proper welcome for Mr. Quach in his new capacity as well once he gets settled, but is literally his first morning this morning. So, but if he's listening, welcome. The other recognition we have tomorrow is noteworthy and today is noteworthy and exciting, and it is a great pleasure to introduce Edmonton's 9th Poet Laureate, Titilape Sonunga. The City of Edmonton is proud to have been one of the first Canadian cities to have a Poet Laureate, and we've seen just how impactful they can be for stimulating creativity, shining a light on underrepresented areas, and advocating for literacy. And we are fortunate to have a rich and vibrant arts community, which includes an ever-growing number of talented poets. And I understand that this year's call for submissions for the Poet Laureate drew in more applicants than ever before. As an ambassador for our city, the Poet Laureate captures and celebrates the stories of this place, and I'm confident that Titilape will represent us with pride and with honesty, and one of her priorities is to help us heal, which is very timely. Now, Titilape is an internationally recognized poet, playwright, and performer. She's a community leading voice in local and international poetry communities who has traveled extensively as an artist and facilitated adult and youth poetry workshops worldwide. She's the author of 3 award-winning collections of poetry, and she has composed and released 2 spoken word albums and written and released 3 plays. In 2015, she was the first poet to appear at a Nigerian presidential inauguration. She's also scripted global advertising campaigns for organizations such as the World Health Organization, Google, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and more. And one of the things that Titilape spoke about through the selection process is that she feels like this city, the world really, is embarking on a moment of healing. And she thinks that the role of artists and poets right now is to be a healing balm in the world. Titilape is currently working on something she calls her Cathedral of Tenderness, a collective project starting digitally, which will collect and amplify submitted examples of hope sourced from the general public. Her extensive work, years of experience, deep roots in our community, and passion for creating connections make her an ideal candidate to help us heal following this complicated and even traumatic year. Titilape Sonunga takes over from Nisha Patel, Edmonton's Poet Laureate for the past 2 years. Now please join me in officially welcoming and congratulating the City of Edmonton's 9th Poet Laureate, Titilape Sonunga.
Thank you so much. It is really an honor and a privilege to be here and to serve in this role. I look forward to many more days of sharing my work with you and hopefully shining a light on our beautiful city. If you'll allow me at this time, I'd love to share a poem with you.
Please.
And thank you again. Thank you again for having me. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was the blade or maybe the balm, and the Word was the dark peeling open into light. Here, in the mythology of our beginnings, are the words that make and unmake the world, the stories that we tell and the ones we do not, the truths that we proclaim and the ones we do not, everything made so by the power of an utterance, by the mouths that speak for and with, or through and over, even now, I am making a world here. I'm telling a story of beginnings like mine, like me, a word pulled bloody from my mother's body, my name a proclamation of eternal gratitude in Yoruba, passed from mouth to mouth, resuscitated every time it is spoken. And there is a history that makes it so that I tell you of one tongue using another tongue, pressed forcefully into the mouths of a people, and that story is here too, of taking by force, of giving by force, of bodies on earth from their resting places where there was never the promise of peace, only of a counting that never ends, from one end of the land to the other, blood bubbling up from the soil, a story of homes turned to rubble, rubble crushed to dust, a gospel wrought by fire, a people spread like wind-blown ash, and the river still remembers, snaking through the city like a quiet knowing, all the words washed down its banks, all the songs sent downstream. The city too remembers its first names before its own birthing by blood. So when I say Edmonton, and mean here, and mean home, and mean kindred, and mean family, my gratitude sits within the pain of this city's becoming. That too is a truth, a complicated knowing that every time I call my children's names here, violent words were spoken in the name of this land to make that possible. Yet, it is true that for every razor-sharp word that has nearly peeled the skin off my face here, there are words that have calcified to bone, to brace me, to hold still my spine so I can walk in this moment. So in the beginning, there is still just you and I, how we make and unmake the world, in our speaking and in our doing, in our brutal and tender, in our beastly and beautiful, what we make of our own healing, how it turns us to face the wound, how it urges us to touch it, to name it, say the word, and call forth the light. Thank you so much, and I look forward to more of these.
Well, you are welcome anytime to help set the tone for our meetings and key events and milestones in the city's journey over the next 2 years here. So I look forward to working with you for the balance of my time anyway. And on behalf of Edmonton City Council, again, thank you for offering yourself to this role and for bringing us a poem today.
Thank you.
Okay, next would be the selection of items for debate. No takers? Okay, someone want to move all the items?
If we have to, if nobody's, I'll do all of them as selected, so.
Councillor Henderson?
6-2, 6-3, 6-4, 6-6, 6-13, 6-14. Is there anything in private? Yeah, we should,
The verbal
9-2, I
9-2.
think we need.
Yeah,
And
9-5.
9-5. And does 9-1 go with? No, it's okay. Yeah, I think that's. Nope, there's others on. So
Okay.
that's all that must be selected.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga, are you there?
My item has been selected already. Thank
Oh, okay. Thank you. Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. 7-4, please.
Right. Got it. 7-4 for debate. Councillor Nicol?
6-7, 6-9. Councilman Henderson got 6-13.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, 6-7, 6-9 for voting purposes, and 7-1 and 7-5 for voting purposes, please. And 9-4 will be considered with 7-5, correct?
If you could select both of them, please, that would be helpful.
Then consider that 7.5 and 9.4, consider selected, please.
But just for
Except
voting?
For voting?
I thought they would have to be selected. Hold on, just give me a sec. Just 7.5.
No, there
Yeah,
are recommendations
yeah,
from
for
committees.
voting purposes, yeah, thank you, because I did select 7.5.
Got it.
Voting.
Yeah, I think that's one of the ones where we want to do the bylaw first and then deal
Yeah,
with the
then the
recommendation subsequently, so it's more a question of the order of things. But yeah, so it's good to select 9.4 till after the bylaws have been dealt with. So,
Okey dokey.
thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, 616, as I think I'll have a subsequent for that.
616. Okay, got it. Councillor Hamilton?
I have a quick question on 615. I don't think that's been selected yet.
Not yet.
And 9.1, which I don't think has been selected yet either.
Correct.
And that's all.
All right, thank you. I'll just run through what we've got selected so far is 6.2, 6.3, 6.4 from Councillor Henderson, 6.6 from Councillor Henderson, 6.7 and 6.9 from Councillor Nickel for voting purposes, 6.13, 14 by Councillor Henderson, 6.15 by Councillor Hamilton, 6.16 by Councillor Knack, 7.1 for voting purposes by Councillor Nickel, 7.4 by Councillor Cartmel, 7.5 for voting purposes by Councillor Nickel, 9.1 selected by Councillor Hamilton, 9.2 by Councillor Henderson, 9.4 for voting purposes by Councillor Nickel, and 9.5 by Councillor Henderson.
6.7 was only for voting purposes. It was
6.7, yes, 6.7 and 6.9 both for voting purposes. Got it.
I'll move all other items.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
second.
Seconded by Councillor Nickel. Okay, on those items not selected for debate today that have just been moved, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried.
And I'll move.
Oh, hold on just a second.
sorry.
We'll get the clerks to just read back for the record what council's just approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council approved the following recommendations in these reports. 6.1, UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, Edmonton City of Learners. 6.5, Council Calendar Changes. 6.8, Urban Reserve Strategy. 6.10, Remuneration for Civic Agencies. 6.11, Approval to Commence Expropriation of Interest in Property, Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. 6.12, 84th Street, Environmental Impact Assessment and Site Location Study. And the following one improv or in-camera report, which is the City of Edmonton Youth Council appointment recommendations. Thank you.
That's what I have as well.
So
Councillor Henderson?
I'll move, if I can move them all together, I'm presuming 6.7, 6.9, and 9.
9.4.
9.4.
Or do you, sorry, do you want
we can't do
9.4
9.4
after?
until after you deal with the
Yeah, we
bylaw.
got to do the bylaws.
Okay.
So we can do 6.7 and 6.9.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll
Second.
Councillor Banga seconds those ones? Okay. Please vote on 6.7 and 6.9.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried 11-1. And let's do the bylaws now, and then we'll circle back to 9.4. Councillor Katarina?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, remind me, which bylaw are we doing here?
We can do 7.1. You know what? Actually, Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 19781.
Okay.
Seconder?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. Speaking to it?
Sure. Just to note that we have worked very hard over the years to secure equitable funding amongst Edmonton and Calgary respectively for resources to extend our LRT network. And there was actually money committed several years ago to Edmonton that council prioritized to this line. And this allows us to lever over $700 million in provincial and federal dollars to solve several challenges for us on the capital line, including the construction of the maintenance facility, which will assist with train storage and train deployment from both ends of the line. There's a whole bunch of practical advantages to the operation of the LRT system, including the ability to add more rolling stock to it and to pulse those trains from both ends. So this is more than just a short extension across the Henday, which, by the way, is technically challenging to get across, to get under 23rd Avenue, over Black Mud Creek, over the Henday, and ultimately over Ellerslie Road. There's a lot of bridge work here to deconflict with traffic at key points. And so it's not a cheap extension when you also include those the maintenance facility and the rolling stock, but it's a step change enabler to the further extension of the LRT south into Heritage Valley, to the hospital site, and to the town center. And the town center actually, many years ago, won an urban design award for future transit-oriented development. And I remember at the time wondering, when will the train ever get there? And this moving this leg ahead really positions us to be able to consider relatively inexpensive extensions further south to the town center and to the hospital with the new federal dollars that have been announced. So this actually effectively uses up the dollars from the first large public transit program announced 5 years ago. The province of Alberta has maintained its matching. We had to fight for that at various stages, but I'm grateful that Minister McIver has seen fit to help get this to the finish line. It's still got to go through one more checkbox in Ottawa to loose the federal dollars, but really that's contingent on the province saying they're good to go, which they've done, and the city saying we're good to go, which we are in a position to do today. Most importantly, in the short term, this can create significant employment in the 2022 construction season, so this actually will contribute to COVID recovery and economic turnaround. But again, it's probably the last hardest piece of the LRT technically. Well, you could debate maybe getting over the Yellowhead will be challenging as well, but when the new federal dollars come forth, and provided the provincial government matches them for Green Line in Calgary and further LRT extensions here, we should have sufficient resources to easily go further south here, but also go northwest. And I know it has been a challenge. I know there are wounds around the prioritization of this, but particularly because of the maintenance yard, this had to go next. But once this is done, again, the next round of senior order of government funding will really allow us to push further in all directions, ultimately towards Gorman, ultimately further south from Mill Woods, but certainly northwest to Castle Downs and perhaps out to St. Albert in the fullness of time. So I think the next round, again, provided the province matches the federal government's new ambition on transit, I don't think it'll be a question of which you would have to do next. I think it should be quite possible for both further south and northwest to proceed. So just a note to the next council to press for that matching funding from the province for the new permanent federal transit funding that was announced earlier in February, because that will allow this to be leveraged further south and the storage capacity in the maintenance facility to be leveraged further northwest as well. on the high floor line. So, so this is a big day, actually. This is a critical link to the park and ride that we built, and to Heritage Valley, which is got as many people in it as Red Deer, at considerably higher density, and people need different ways to get in and out of there than car dependency, and this train line will give them that.
Thank you. Seeing no others on the board, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried 11 to 1. Thank you. I'll return the chair.
Thank you. Okay, next bylaws. Councillor Katarina, you could do 7.2, 7.3, and 7.6. Though 7.6 is here for 3 readings, so we need first reading of that, and then second and third reading of 7.2 and 7.3. Councillor Katarina, you're muted still.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So 7.2 and 7.3 are for second and third only. That's what you said. So 7, 4, and 5 and 6 are for first reading or 3 readings.
Councillor Cartmel selected 7.4 for debate. Councillor Nichols selected 7.5 just for voting purposes.
For voting, okay.
So we could do first reading of 7.6.
Okay, so I'll move first reading of 7.6.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on first reading of the fine and fair evasion amending bylaw.
We're just waiting for 2 votes. Councillor Zadok?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Now
I'll
we
move
can
second
do
reading of 7.6, Mr. Mayor.
and 7.2 and 7.3.
7.2 and 7.3, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be our little omnibus here. Please vote on second reading of those 3 bylaws.
Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga, could I have your vote, please?
Yes, I was talking to myself.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Mr. Mayor, we need consideration only on 7.6.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed for 7.6, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading of
Sorry, that's carried. Go ahead.
I'll move third reading of 19756, 19757, and 19782.
Second.
Third and final reading of these 3 bylaws, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
Do 7.5.
Someone want to do 7.5?
I'll move first reading of 7.5.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Knack. Okay, first reading of the closure of the vehicular access. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried 11-1.
I'll move second reading of 7.5.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of 7.5.
Second.
To allow third reading to proceed, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 19516.
Second.
On third and final reading, please vote.
Councillor Paquette?
It's submitting, I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. Carried.
I'll move the recommendation in 9.4 and that it be kept in private section to sections 24, advice from officials, 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body, and 27, privilege information under the Private Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on the recommendation and keep in private under 9.4.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried 11-1. All right.
Mr. Mayor, there are two requests for time specific. Would you mind if we dealt with those now?
No requests to speak. Yep, we can do time specifics now. They are that 9.2, the technology update be first item on Wednesday the Wednesday the 7th, and that 9.5, the collective bargaining update be the last item of business on Wednesday the 7th. Yeah, I suspect we will spill over to Wednesday, but even if we don't quite, having these focused conversations on a separate day may make sense.
All right, well, I will move then that 9.2 be first item of business on Wednesday and 9.5 last item, or, yeah,
I'll
on
second that.
Wednesday.
Please vote.
Sorry? It already is time specific. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, councillor inquiries. Not seeing any. Let's go in order, starting with 6.2, remote participation at council standing committees. This one had to be selected because it requires a special resolution?
Correct. So we didn't want it passed as part of the omnibus, which only
Okay,
requires.
you just
I'll
need
move the
to
recommendation.
record a separate vote for it. Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Councillor Henderson, seconder.
Second.
Councillor Cartmel, okay. So this is to continue to modify the rules here while we come back post-COVID, which we're not quite post yet, but is what it is. Okay, please vote to waive the rules for a while longer.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's unanimous. Next are the verbal reports for our various appointments. I think we might as well just go through these. And if you want to defer to the written, obviously that's fine and perhaps even preferred, given time. But any verbal comments you want to offer, or if you want to pass, that's fine too, if there's nothing to report. So, Councillor Knack, on the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I feel like because we recently had our annual updates, I don't think I have much to add beyond what was shared by the committee. I think it was last month or the month before. So I don't think I'm going to have much from any of those beyond what was at those committees. If I do, I'll let you know.
Thank you. The Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Exchange Agreement Coordinating Committee, Councillor Banga or Councillor Henderson?
This committee has never met, and it hasn't met for years to my knowledge, and I'm wondering if it's worth exploring. I suspect the reason is because all of this has been transferred to EPCOR. So it'd be an interesting question for EPCOR about the status of this and whether we should be meeting, and perhaps we should. It probably doesn't need to be disbanded, but no one has called a meeting from our end, to my knowledge, and obviously the Capital Region hasn't either. So I don't think there's any issues, but we used to meet once a year back when drainage was still ours, so just a flag.
Yeah, and the members opposite are commission councillors and elected officials from the commission. So figuring out, there's probably a governance tweak to that, that maybe a subsequent motion just to flag a bit of work on that.
The governance tweak may be as simple as EPCOR doesn't realize that the committee is there and is there to be called to get together every now and again. It may be that simple. So I think it's worth doing some follow-up on that. But we've never met in the last 4 years.
Okay, well, we can flag that for informal follow-up or a motion if you like on a subsequent. Okay, well, we can come back to that. AUMA, Councillor Knack, Councillor Banga. There's a written report, I note.
I was going to say nothing beyond. Well, actually, one thing that I don't think was noted in the written report was, and I just want to make sure I didn't miss it because I did flag it, but oh no, there it is. Nope, it's all in there, so I'm good. Thank you.
Any questions on the AUMA report? Not seeing any. Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. I would just say that the organization has matured considerably in recent years, with a number of projects coming online. It is actually an example of shared investment for shared benefits. So as a number of projects have come online that pay into it, there's actually quite a healthy pot of resources to do investment attraction and regional brand promotion. And some of those resources have been used to support the work of the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub. And so that represents one of the significant pathways, obviously, for energy transition. But the production of more low-carbon or net zero hydrogen in the region here actually also helps to decarbonize a whole bunch of the existing and legacy petrochemical activity in the region and in the north. So that actually will assist not just with decarbonization going forward through fuel swapping, but also through amendment to existing fuels and feedstocks for today's industrial processes. So that actually buys us some room and helps with the ESG credentials of our existing heavy industry in the Northeast and further north in Fort Mac, for example. So AIHA is front and center in the energy transition work on the industrial side, and again has really matured in that work, and I think all of us there are excited about the potential of the hydrogen economy. There are up to 4 more significant multi-billion-dollar projects in the hydrogen space that I'm aware of, and also potential for significant expansion of the one that was announced within Edmonton boundaries in the Orem Energy Park last month. So, or the month before, I guess. So anyway, exciting times for AIHA, and would just, as a transitional note, suggest the City of Edmonton maintain engagement, membership, and an interest in that very important regional partnership. And I would just add one more thing, which is that they've worked very, very closely with Edmonton Global, and that was one of the questions before around sort of role clarity between all the moving pieces, and I think they have settled really nicely with complementary role clarity with respect to foreign direct investment attraction in the hydrogen and petchem space. So I'd say they're working together well. They're partnering actively on things like the hydrogen hub, and we're getting wins out of it. So I'll leave it there, but happy to take any questions you might have on AIHA. Not seeing any. Then the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, Councillor Banga and Councillor McKean, noting you've got a written report.
Yeah, if I could, I would just say that I think they've made some really important, given us some important advice recently, including around remuneration. They're working hard, and I would say they're getting their legs under them. And I can see, given circumstances we've seen in Edmonton over the last year, that their work will be, and advice will be more important down the road. And I was thrilled to hear the poet laureate this morning talk about healing. I think ARAC will have a really important role in that as well.
No doubt. Thank you, Councillor McKean. Any questions or further comments on ARAC? Not seeing any. Next up is the Big City Mayor's Caucus. I miled out after 5 years as chair of that group in May, and I think the tally was $27 billion in the last year and a half since COVID that we've been able to secure for municipalities between the Rapid Housing Initiative, the top-ups to ongoing transit funding, and the Safe Restart dollars for municipalities. So rest assured that was a very engaging work, and I'm very grateful to have had the chance to represent the city with the mayors, and I hope that it has helped to elevate the city's brand and reputation and credibility in wider national circles, not just politically, but because of the exposure that we've been able to drive for our cause and for our community. So it was worth the extra effort, and I will miss that work quite a bit, actually. So anyway, happy to take any questions you might have about BCMC. Would suggest that it is valuable for the next Mayor of Edmonton to continue to attend. Not seeing any questions, then we'll go next to Canadian Urban Transit Association. Councillor Zadek. Councillor Zadek?
Yep. Yeah, sorry. Nothing further to add. It's been, because of COVID, not much is happening, and I've only met virtually with the folks a few times. Really no action for the city or information to share.
Maybe just one question around advocacy for transit operating support in 2022 and beyond. Anything you can share with respect to CUDA's advocacy going forward in alignment with FCM?
I'll follow up offline. That did not come up in the discussions I was in specifically. I'm sure there's something to share, and I'll send that to all of council.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions on CUDA? Not seeing any. Capital Region Waste Minimization Advisory
Well,
Committee?
actually, first, and I don't know why I didn't catch this up until now, but it's retitled now, that's its old name. Just for heads up, it's now the it's ERWAC, Edmonton Region Waste Advisory Committee. So capital's gone and minimization is also gone. So, we've been meeting fairly regularly. We got a great report from the work that's happening at EMRB, and to make sure that those two pieces go together. And EMRB, I think, actually has been great at picking up on the work that actually is probably now about 6-7 years old at ERWAC, and also reports from the province. The province is in the middle of doing a number of different changes, not all of which are good news in terms of waste, and that may have expense, particularly in terms of hazardous waste for us. So, and then obviously the ongoing push and work around extended producer responsibilities. So, lots of interesting conversations there. It's an interesting group. I think one of the real advantages of it is it mixes the technical staff people from the region with political folks. So it's always goes way back to this group, and I think is still doing a very interesting place to have a look at the regional waste conversation. I mean, what happens in the future with it, with the work now being picked up at MRB, I'm not sure, but I think at this point there's still some real value in having the group get together because of the mix of different expertise at the table.
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. Any questions? Yeah, this will evolve with the MSRP implementation, the waste stream of work at the regional board for sure. Community Services Advisory Board, Councillor Zadig.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Edmonton Arts Council, Councillor Henderson, Councillor McKean.
Yeah, I think things are pretty good. I think Arts Council, looking back now, did quite a good job at pivoting in response to obviously a very different set of demands in the arts community and the arts scene. I don't think we will know yet for a little while if everybody came through. Unscathed is probably not the right word, but I think the ability to pivot, the ability to have a look at how different programs could be rolled out that would be useful and could make sure that we were getting useful work being done that I think hopefully will pay off in the future, and as well make sure that people could get through this, has left us in okay shape. Probably aided in part by the fact that really Arts Council was just in the first throes of Connections and Exchanges, which is a fairly significant rethink, I think, of how and what we're trying to do with the arts in the city. And that work continues. The board went through, has just finished a board development look at governance, and we'll see how that plays out in the future. So I think for the most part, I think there are some reports coming our way shortly. I know Sanjay's wanting to get around to meet with folks, so I think there's something he wants to bring forward to us soon, and as well, we're, I think, getting the new rethink of the public art policy is coming actually in the next month or two, I think, to committee. So, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think for the most part, it could have been quite dire. And I think we do need to recognize that this will probably be the last sector that actually can get back on its feet. So I think we're probably still at least half a year away, if not more. And at that point, we'll get a sense of just what people are able to do, how healthy they are, and what that recovery looks like. I think it's probably too early to know.
Thanks for that, Councillor Henderson. Any questions on EAC? Not seeing any.
Yeah, I would say just in closing, it's been great to be back at that table and to recreate that link. So I'm really hoping that's something that the new council can continue. That I think, being able to go there, and I've been regularly attending the board meetings, I think it's been a really good reconnection that was a gap for close to a decade. So I would really recommend to, hopefully there'll be somebody who's interested in doing that in the new council.
Hopefully. Next is Edmonton Design Committee, Councillor Hamilton.
I have nothing further to add.
Understood. Explore Edmonton Corporation. I think you're all reasonably well briefed on the continuing transition there. And we had a shareholder meeting recently, so I don't think there's anything new to add since we last discussed it, unless there are any questions. Not seeing any. Next then is Edmonton Global. Again, there are regular shareholder briefings that I've seen a number of members of council have attended, which is great to have that engagement and awareness about what Global's up to. They did phenomenal work on the air products, along with the Hydrogen Hub and AIHA. So again, the other half of the commentary that I think the system is working well, and there are a number of other significant announcements and deals that Global is working on that we can't talk about at this point, but rest assured they are in the mix on a number of major FDI plays, and so stay tuned. But I will say I'm very satisfied with the work there and the startup, considering how new the organization is and the role clarity that is now in that space. So something to keep an eye on for the next council, definitely, because it's still early days with consolidation or reconfiguration of the different entities, but nothing further to add at this point, but happy to take any questions. Oh, I should note that some of you, I'm not sure if there was ever any follow-up, but Global was the collection agent for the airport for the flight attraction fund or reattraction fund. And I did want to clarify that it's not a marketing initiative. It's very much a concrete incentive program working with airlines to de-risk resumption of flights earlier in order to get the connectivity that we need to really reopen for business connectivity and for tourism in an aggressive way. And all of the other municipalities in the region committed to contributing to the fund. 9, I think, committed all 3 years, and 4 or 5 committed to just the first year and would revisit the second and third year, which is a little bit disappointing. But the amount of money that's in play, while significant, is not the deal breaker, since all the large players were in, and all of the counties are in, which I thought was very impressive commitment to the region and industry and flights, and it was some of the other urban municipalities, in fact, who were not able to commit to the multi-year. They will revisit it after the election and in their forthcoming budgets. So I think that's a pretty noteworthy bellwether about the degree of solidarity and partnership that folks are willing to enter into. And it represents an occasion where the freight is now less solely on the city of Edmonton for these kinds of initiatives, which was really what we set about to do with founding Global and linking arms with our neighbors in the region, is to share the load on some of these initiatives a little more equitably, which I think we've been able to do on aviation. And again, Global is the agent or the throughput device for that, and we'll be reporting back to the next council and the shareholder group about the use of those funds. And unless they actually have a tangible deal, remember, those funds will not get used, so they'll only be deployed if there's actual flights and seats and capacity that wouldn't have been there otherwise. So hopefully it all gets used up and we get the flights we need to restart. So that's just a little bit of late breaking news on solidarity from the neighbors on aviation. So no further questions, then we'll go next to Edmonton Historical Board. Councillor McKean.
I have written a report, and it's all in there. I'm happy to take questions, but that group continues to do what I think is really great work around built heritage in Edmonton.
Excellent. thank you for sitting with them periodically, Councillor McKean, and we appreciate the written report. I see no further questions for you on this. Edmonton Metro Region Board and Committees, there's a written report. I think you're well briefed on the various issues there. I would note that the significant move at the last board meeting was very strong support from all of our neighbors to look at the question of a regional carbon budget, springboarding off the City of Edmonton and this council's leadership with respect to energy transition and carbon budgeting, and to look at the next update to the regional growth plan having a much stronger climate lens on it, both for neighborhood design and planning, mode shift to tie into the excellent work that Councillor Cartmel and others have been doing on the regional integrated transportation master plan, and then also to look at a coordinated approach in the region to building codes and energy efficiency that would be fair across boundaries, fair to consumers, and fair in development with industry to try to transition as quickly as possible to super high efficiency, low emission buildings, but in a unified way rather than Edmonton going it alone on that. So that motion was passed, and that work will, the CAOs will be doing that work over the summer to brief the new board after the election in the fall. So I think that was in the context of this region's ESG credentials for investment attraction. I think it's a very significant move forward and well aligned with the regional board's new strategic plan, which puts ESG differentiation front and center in it. And I think that's a particularly relevant story for Edmonton Metro relative to Alberta's brand challenges in this area. So I think Alberta's brand challenges, some of them are self-inflicted, but we are in a situation where we can help lead the turnaround of that perception of Alberta and Canada by what we're doing in this region. And the board, it seems, very, very well aligned with that. So that'll be one of those other things to work to transition with the new board and with a new mayor. But the motion passing and the work being done right now will help set that up for a good transition after the election. So there are a number of committees and other efforts, and if any of the other members who populate any of those committees wish to add anything. Okay, not seeing any. There's lots in the written report, so I think we can leave it there unless there are questions. Not seeing any. Then let's go next to the Police Commission. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Cartmel.
Yes, hello. So I think Council has heard a lot from the Police Commission this year, but there are some things perhaps Council has not heard about, and Councillor Cartmel and I can take questions. A few things I wanted to highlight was that Council, I think, has made it clear that they're looking for reforms within the service, and that's something that the Commission has, I think, is looking to uphold. With that comes some initiatives. The EPS, for instance, has brought forward a help unit to look at or address the social disorder calls that are nonviolent type calls. We also put a lot of pressure when there was a changeover from in the dispatch system, and that meant the media no longer had access to the radio. So the Police Commission asked the service to find an alternate way for media to listen to calls, not only in the name of transparency, but to facilitate, I think, better use of officers' time. So there is a new media dashboard that allows accredited members of the media to listen to or view what calls EPS is responding to. Also, I think this is consistent with what Council has asked in the last year. The Commission has worked with EPS to develop a Know Your Rights card, part of, I think, a broader look at justice education. And there is a fairly substantial advertising campaign that councillors may have seen around the city, as well as some engagement with service agencies to educate people on what their rights are if they are stopped by a police officer. Council is familiar with the work in integrated dispatch. A lot of this is ongoing. Some of the issues that have come up in the past 6 months or so relating to performance standards or the Police Act are covered under the forthcoming Police Act review. And I think we have an interesting motion on the floor today in terms of the response to hate-motivated violence. This is something that comes up at Police Commission again and again. Commissioners asking how the service is responding to acts of hate-motivated violence in our city. And there is, I think, some recognition that EPS is responding to them the way the rest of our community is responding to them, but that there is some changes needed in the criminal code to allow for more severe penalties for those who commit acts of hate-motivated violence. So with that, that's a bit of a brief run through, but I'm happy to take questions, as is Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you both. I know that that's a huge assignment to sit on the Police Commission, and it hasn't been an easy year, so condolences and thank you. EPL, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe worth flagging a few things on the EPL side of things. So they have been doing some work around their advocacy plans for the upcoming October discussion, as they have in many years before and many times before. So they've been putting together a plan for that, which is quite exciting. And of course, they're going to be really encouraging everyone to ask folks coming around who are interested in serving in October about their plans for the library system here. And I think that was probably the biggest thing I wanted to flag. I think there's some other good news coming, but I actually don't think I can share it just yet. So I'll leave it there. I'm just with the cryptic tease.
That should be your DJ name. Cryptic Tease. Or a new gamer handle, maybe. I see no questions for Councillor Knack. Thank you. Councillor Zadok on Edmonton Salutes. Councillor Zadok?
Sorry, yeah. That's my daughter here. On Edmonton Salutes, we're happy that the bylaw was adopted by council, then we came back for that small amendment. There's still further discussion about membership from the organizations. Perhaps there's a desire for the Canadian Forces Liaison Council to be included. So expect the possibility of further amendments on membership. We've started our first public engagement campaign for a while for membership recruitment. Traditionally, Edmonton Salutes sort of appointed members to it from the public category, but there's currently an ongoing campaign, and looking forward to some new faces joining the table. And of course, because of COVID, there's not much else that we've done. That's all. Any questions?
Not seeing any questions at this time. Thank you, Councillor Zadok. Next is ETSAB. Councillor Knack.
Again, I think nothing to add beyond what's they've been in front of us many times before, and continue to provide us updates after every monthly meeting. So nothing additional. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions on that. Next is Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, they're remaining really active. I think the next year or so is going to be a little bit interesting. I was appreciative of the fact that we were able to let a few people stay on for more than 6 years, because we were going to have a huge turnover of the original crowd there, which I think would have been problematic. And that, because they've built really, really good, strong working relationships together. So I think that'll be, but there's some really good new people on there as well. So I think the transition will go well over the next couple of years. And perhaps, a thank you to administration on this. I have really noticed in the agendas for that, all the big projects are now feeling it important to get feedback from the energy transition, ETRAC, or whatever, we keep on changing the name. Actually, that name has changed too. Oh, no, it isn't. That's the correct one. It's been really, really good to see that process happen as we take some of these larger projects, everything from the zoning bylaw to the, the waste management stuff, is doing a check-in, and I think, which is a very helpful kind of feedback loop from some really, really good expertise that we have on that group. So, but apart from that, I think we hear from them regularly, so I don't need to really add any more. Happy to answer any questions, though.
Questions for Councillor Henderson? Not seeing any. Councillor Esslinger on FCM.
Thank you. I share the work of FCM with the mayor and with Councillor Henderson from the Green Municipal Fund. We have a written report in the package. I do want to highlight some work that's happening with in Canada that's funded by the Minister Miriam Monsef. It's really about women in leadership and online violence, and they're really looking at that. And they sprung board off the motion we had made a few years ago at FCM. And as well, that work is going international with a woman in leadership, and have been consulting on what that should look like around the world as well as in Canada. So some great work that's happening. That's all.
Well, and fantastic leadership in your own right, recently recognized by Municipal World. So thanks for taking that on, Councillor Esslinger. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just speaking of which, because sadly, I think, Councillor Esslinger, you're going to time out on this one soon. And I remember we really worked on the transition when you took it over from me back 6 years ago. And I'm just wondering if we need to do a little bit of a think about that. I think you're there for another year at this point. But what we did last time was make sure that Bev was able to join a committee and put a committee name forward so that she could have a year before she took over the board position. We're going to go from having fairly significant influence there with Mr. Mayor, with you, and with the three of us there now for a significant period of time, to maybe having someone having to walk in without that kind of experience. So I don't know if we wanted to get someone on committee, we'd have to be lickety split, because I think that work is going on right now. We may have missed the window. But I thought on Bev's part, I wanted to raise it as a thought for what happens next. I think we bought ourselves a year because of the transition, but we might want to think about that and create some kind of, we may have run out of time on it now, but I just raised it as a question. I don't know, Bev, did you have any thoughts on this?
I think having someone attend as a committee member is valuable because you begin to understand how it works. And so I think as we look at that next transition, it would be valuable to have someone, if someone's interested in continuing that work. So.
Well, I think, I don't know if we can make a recommendation to the next council with respect to appointments, but I see merit in.
I think the appointment would have to happen now. I think we probably would have had to put in a name last week. It would be immediate, and they would be in place for this year. So, because the board's just been reelected, and now the committee appointments will be happening probably as we speak. So, and probably a little whisper from our end to them about what we're doing might help get that appointment through.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you flagged it. That's timely. Councillor Knack?
Well, actually, I was just going to ask on that. I thought I've been keeping a close eye because I was interested in maybe applying for a committee, but I also think there might be other members of council interested. So I'm wondering, especially because, as Councillor Henderson noted, we've had sort of three fairly active folks, of course, led by Councillor Esslinger, but Mr. Mayor as a big city mayor chair and Councillor Henderson on GMF. So I don't know if there's something we need to do, but Councillor Essinger, did we miss the committee calls? I haven't seen anything.
It's now, I would think. We may have just, I know I threw my name back in again, right the day of the election, so, of the AGM. So,
Okay. Well, so obviously I didn't see that somewhere. So anyway, I'll just say out loud, I mean, I'm interested in getting involved, whatever that might look like. But I also know there are other members of council, I think, who might be interested too, but there's value. I'll just put that out now. If there's a spot I can start, helping out, if there's interest, I'm happy to do so, but again, happy to have others be involved as well. So I just wanted to say that out loud.
Yeah, it's not an exclusive opportunity, but I think you'd be in a good position to provide some continuity also to what AUMA is up to, but also some of these other files. So that's good to know. Maybe if others want to put their hand up for that, then we can see what kind of motion is required to get some folks engaged as part of the handoff here. So thank you for flagging that interest, Councillor Knack.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a comment there?
Sure.
I think what we as a council have to do is commit to pay the expenses for someone to travel, and it could be more than one person in addition to the representative. But I think that's where we have to figure out how much we want to pay to have, how many we want to go, because that's the expense involved for us.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a good point, and that's the resolution that has to be passed, is because FCM doesn't have resources to do that for members. So that's a good flag. Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to put my name forward, and it's also tentative as the election is coming up. It's for everybody. And if I'm willing to sit in and learn.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Hamilton.
I've talked to Councillor Henderson about his work on GMF. I think that's really interesting. I'd be interested in hearing more, but I feel like there's an order of operations conversation that needs to happen here. Perhaps we can get a verbal update or an email from either someone in administration or Councillor Esslinger with regards to actually getting someone on committees, because it seems like we may have missed a deadline here. And I'm hearing a lot of interest from council members, but we probably need to be a touch strategic about what's available and what we can fill. Looking at some of the boards, for instance, there's some things that don't apply to our cities, such as the Rural Forum or the Northern and Remote Forum. So is there a way that we could get some more information regarding what's available? And I'd look to Ms. Owen's intergovernmental group for that information.
The suggestion from the clerks here is that we might want to refer this question of FCM appointments to Wednesday, and we could get some answers to those excellent questions. We're by default on the big cities group and excluded from the rural forum and the northern group, but I think it's the policy committees that are the ones. But what we can do is get those enumerated and look for fit to city priorities, and I think people can sit on more than one. So we may be able to get utility out of one person going and perhaps engaging in more than one committee, and then potentially getting involved in FCM governance. So rather than throwing the doors open to a lot of governance tourism to FCM, which does get expensive. So I think referral would allow us to apply the strategy, the strategic lens that you've described, Councillor Hamilton. So that would be my recommendation, is that we pause on the question. I think we can still finish the rest of the reports here today, and then do a subsequent motion just asking for a little bit of work to come back for us to know exactly where we are in the cycle, know what the opportunities might be, and then potentially make some selections from within our group here in a private report on Wednesday.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, just as a quick heads up, I can't say, we'd have to check. I think we shouldn't assume that we would get, I mean, they really try to limit the number of committee positions, so we'd be pulling strings, I think, to get one. Whether we could get two, I just think we need to recognize that that may not be doable. So I just flagged that as a thought.
Okay, well, we can take that away. Now, we don't have a seat on GMF per se, that's.
No, no, we don't. What will happen with GMF is, and I don't know, we're still working on it. I actually may have to hang around for a little bit longer because of the chair transition. And then at a certain point, when I basically, we try to have someone from each region, and I would be one of the electeds from Western Canada. So theoretically, but that doesn't automatically connect you to the board. I'm, as chair, I made a commitment to continue on at the board, and as a result, I'm appointed to committees. But there's no obligation on FCM to do that, but obviously it was in their interest to do so, to remain that link. So at some point, we will be looking for a new chair and looking to replace me as the elected person in the kind of western region. But who knows? But that choice is made totally separately and is an appointment from the executive.
Right.
But I may be, for various different reasons, you know, because of COVID and other kinds of timing, I may hang in there as a non-elected rep for a little while longer while we look. The major concern is getting a new chair.
That's at their discretion.
That's at their discretion, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's good context for the referral work. Councillor Essinger?
Just to clarify, you submit your name to sit in committee and they assigned you based on where they need you to sit. So you could put a preference, but it's not always what you receive. But I'm happy to make that referral motion so we can get a bit more information to have a better conversation.
Okay, we'll write that up and deal with it once we've gone through the rest of these items here. So I'll come back to you for that, Councillor Essinger. Thank you. Next up is FEMCO, Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you. Just very quickly, the focus, of course, has been on completing the various infrastructure projects and getting the park back open. There was several grand opening type of ceremonies last week. Mayor Avison and I were able to participate in one together, and I think you were there on the weekend as well. So really exciting times now that the board and the management team can turn their mind to actually operate in the park and not just keep waiting for it to sort of be open and caretake it through this sort of down period. So I know there's a fair bit of fine tuning. There was a lot of infrastructure investment made, but with that there was a lot of system upgrades, ticketing and other types of systems that are having all of the trouble spots being roughed out. And then there will be, I would suggest at the least at the board level and at the operation level, a bit of an emphasis on how to further emphasize, enhance the park and better leverage the assets down there to further the park's further development and essentially give it a better balance sheet and a better operation sheet. So happy to take any questions. Exciting times.
Indeed. Thanks, Councillor Cartmell. Any questions? If you haven't been down to see it, it's quite something. They did a marvelous job. If there are no questions, we'll go to Councillor McKean on Intercity Forum on Social Policy.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Again, I have detailed that in my written report. Just one quick comment that the issues that Edmonton is dealing with around homelessness and social disorder are cropping up in small cities across Alberta. And so there's a lot of cross empathy on that. And I pushed out the work that this council has done around the supportive housing units that'll be opening in early 2022, as well as our opioid crisis motion, and there was a lot of interest in those matters as well. Happy to take any questions.
Well, that's great, Councillor McKean. Thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. That's not a bad segue to Northern Alberta Mayors and Reeves, because I've heard the same thing from leaders in rural and urban communities to the north of us, is that the social disorder issues and addictions and mental health challenges that we've seen in Edmonton are not limited to Edmonton. They are partly COVID related and global, and then partly related to the economy in Alberta and unemployment and other challenges. So there's definitely a double whammy there that's affecting many of our sort of catchment communities in the north, and that's a two-way street. And so I do think that there continues to be value in enlisting political voices and leaders from the north and from rural areas in that advocacy, consistent with what Councillor McKean was just describing. And so we've continued to do that, and also worked with NAMRC around Restart, and we had a couple of engagements with the federal government on some of the programs that they were working on to support municipalities and support Safe Restart, and information sharing around the resources to support small business and employers that mayors were able to take back. So we were still able to use it virtually, though we haven't met in well over a year now because of COVID. But just for context, I don't know where it sits. It's not an incorporated entity. It's a loose coalition, and by default, the mayor of Edmonton is the chair, and it does. We do raise a little bit of money in a membership fee for it that covers the costs, and it is a bit of an impact in-kind resources for the mayor's office here to resource it. I still think it's worth doing as a political network and set of relationships. The events tend to have good content generally, both of a technical nature and political nature. And so I would suggest that the city continue to participate in it, and that the mayor's office, beyond the transition here, continue to resource it. As I'm describing it here, there may be some opportunities to use it yet more strategically on advocacy on some of these common priorities, for example. So I think it's worth continuing to engage with, and I'll leave it there. And I'll see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Next up is the Reach Edmonton Council for Safe Communities. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, same. I have detailed their work. They've done a lot of board work in the last year. Sadly, Pilar Martinez had to step down as chair. She's done fantastic work, but it's a really interesting, diverse board in the sense of experience and background. And so I really hold that, as I think most of us do, hold Reach in very high esteem. And, you know, as an example of the work they do recently, you know, they've stepped into Chinatown to form a sort of a coalition of support to deal with the social disorder issues there. So they just continue to do fantastic work at the community level around community and public safety. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor McKean. Don't see any questions for you. So next we'll go to the Regional Transit Services Commission transition team, whose work I think is done at this point. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, I mean, I think Councillor Walters would have been the best one to talk about a lot of that work, who has been the lead on it. But yeah, the work of that is done, and the next group is sort of formed up, and they're starting. And again, Councillor Walters is taking the lead on it, although I've been, we're going to be sitting down to chat a little bit more about that as he begins to plan for a different life after October.
Thanks, Councillor Knack. Glad that that handoff is happening informally as well. Sturgeon River Watershed Alliance Steering Committee, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the work continues. There's a new communication plan being developed for municipalities. One of the things that the Sturgeon Rivershed Watershed Alliance is working on is the continuation of water quality monitoring work, which is a big part of what they do, the major part of what they do. And so we've discussed and approved, in principle, a 10-year cycle of monitoring and state of assessment and reporting. They will see another state of the watershed report produced in 2024. With that is an idea, basically a big focus right now is that the question is what municipalities are adhering to when it comes to environmental guidelines on salt management and as well as industrial concerns, industrial development and runoff there. As you can imagine, because the watershed tends not to have the same kind of volume as the North Saskatchewan, this has been a really big concern with all of the different development in agriculture all along the line, and then adding the stress of municipalities to that watershed is something that they're definitely watching, and questions arise on management of that. So that will be a big challenge going forward. That's about it.
Thank you. Questions on Sturgeon River Watershed? Not seeing any. Next then is Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Paquette on the River Valley Alliance.
I'll just hop in on that one as well. Things are moving forward really well. One of the things that the RVA is focused on right now is the completion and therefore the naming of their extensive trail that you can take all the way from Devon up into the northeast of Edmonton, and soon across the river in the next few years into Strathcona County and up to Fort Saskatchewan, and even into Sturgeon. So it's quite extensive, and for the North Saskatchewan River segment, there will be a name, and there's a committee that's being struck, and that's kind of exciting work. Of course, the infrastructure developments are continuing apace, and there are some concerns and questions about how we manage some of the more recreational aspects, such as mountain biking and resident-made trails and interruptions into the River Valley. So that's about it. There's the report.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any questions? Did you have anything to add, Councillor Hamilton?
No, I think Councillor Paquette did a great job.
Excellent. I see no questions. So next to last is WAVE, Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. I don't have anything further since their annual reporting recently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. And then last but not least is Youth Council, Councillor Knack.
Again, they've done an annual report, but I just wanted to note, especially we just approved their latest group. They are very, very active now on social media and multiple platforms. So just flagging that, because if you see some content, to consider sharing it and reading through it, because they're trying to get far more engaged and reach as many different youth as possible. And our networks are often quite large, so if you have the opportunity to share any of their information where they're requesting from feedback, I know it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, I don't see any further questions. Councillor Henderson,
Yeah, I just wanted to flag one more here that I'm just realizing maybe should be on this list. And that's what used to be the Guiding Coalition of Public Engagement is now the Coalition for Advancement of Public Engagement, of which Councillor Knack and I are both on. And it strikes me, it's fallen off because it was part of an initiative, but there is still an expectation for two councillors to participate. It's in their terms of reference, and I think it's probably important. The whole point was to make sure that the kind of three legs of the stool, that councillor perspective, public perspective, administration perspective could be at that table, and I think that'll be important going forward. So I don't need to report on it, but I thought I'd just flag it. It probably should be. It's very different. Our relationship is almost identical to the Transition Climate Resilience relationship, and it probably doesn't need to be an initiative going forward, but we do need to have the council connection to it, and Councillor Knack and I have fought hard to make sure that that has been maintained in their terms. So happy to answer any questions about that, but it's really a flag for next time, I think. Unless people feel strongly it shouldn't be there.
Yeah, I think there are a number of things like that that cross over to initiatives that will have to figure out the reporting. Well, someone will have to figure out the reporting for those and where they fit into these report backs.
Well, interestingly enough, there is an expectation that that group should be reporting back to here, but more of that reporting has gone to administration and the council, but it's also in their terms of a reporting relationship back to us as well. So it's an important group. I think it's doing some really good work, and again, commendation to administration. They're using it as a really good sounding board as well. So, but I think it'd be really unfortunate if we lost our connection to them, because we play a major role in that public engagement piece, and our perspective is different from the other two, or different from public and different from administration.
Fair. So those are all of the appointment reports. We can first receive those for information.
Also move.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McKean. Please vote on receipt of information. I'll just say these report backs don't really do justice to the amount of work behind each of these appointments, so let me say thank you to each of you who have taken up these different charges over the last several years. It really has added up to quite a bit of impact across many, many different areas. So
We have all the votes.
display the vote. Carried unanimously.
There were two subsequent
Two subsequent motions. Yeah, okay. In no particular order. Which one do you have loaded up first?
I think we are ready with both.
Do you want to do them omnibus then, or Councillor
Omnibus would be
Henderson,
great.
have you got one related to or was it Councillor Essinger was going to move one related to FCM?
Councillor Essinger was going to do
Yeah, Councillor Essinger, have you got the wording for that?
Yes, I do. That administration return to the July 7th, 2021 City Council meeting with information on FCM transition planning regarding City of Edmonton representation, as well as committee appointment options.
Yeah, happy to second it. And I'm wondering actually though if we should also be collecting names of people that are interested for the 7th, so that we could move quickly if we need to.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Do you need that explicitly in the motion, or can we take that as understood that there'll be a request for expression of interest?
We'll just take it as
Okay.
instructions.
Okay. Any further questions on this motion? Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Essinger to close?
I'll say
Councillor
just
Henderson?
really quickly, I'm happy to answer any questions between now and then that anybody has, and I'm sure Councillor Essinger is as well. So if people want more info, please just let us know.
Councillor Essinger?
I think it's a great opportunity for anyone, and I know I'd like to stay involved as much as I can as well, because it's been a great experience.
Amen. Please vote.
Councillor Catarina?
So yes, for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And Councillor Zadek?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried. And the other subsequent?
It's in the chat. If anybody would like to read out that the administration follow up with EPCOR regarding the Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Exchange Agreement
sure.
Coordinating Committee regarding the roles and responsibilities for these meetings.
Sure, happy to move that. I'm sorry, I didn't think we needed a motion to do that, but I'm happy to do that.
So Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Banga. Anyone wishing to speak to that one? Okay, I think it's clear where that arises from. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Zadek. Councillor Katarina?
Yes, for me as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. All right, on to 6.4 Reimagine Services Update. You'll recall that we referred this to committee to hear from interested members of the public, and so we were able to fit that in last week and ask questions of those providing deputations, and that pretty much took up the morning. So we were not in a position to ask further questions of administration at that time, understanding it was going to come back here for discussion, and a note that there is a motion on the floor from when it was before council previously. Committee made no recommendations with respect to that because there was no time to do that, so we simply requisitioned the item back up here for further discussion at council. So that's the committee routing report. I'll go, since I think there's been some additional material released, to Mr. Corbould to see if you have any additional comments before we get back into questions.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship and Council. We're back before you today for further discussion on the Reimagine Services initiatives. Before we start the discussion, I want to provide you an update on some of the steps taken since administration first came before you with this item on June 22nd. At the June 23rd Special Executive Committee meeting, we heard from 17 speakers who clearly articulated the challenge before all of us, finding a balance between holding the financial bottom line and continuing to be responsive to Edmontonians as we provide programs and services that matter. We know this is not going to be easy, and the difficult choices are going to have to be made. With a current tax increase of 1.8% for 2022 and additional projected COVID impacts, finding additional cost savings and revenues is absolutely essential. We also heard loud and clear your desire for all business cases prepared by KPMG to be released publicly. Those reports went live on the city's website on July 2nd. KPMG developed these business cases based on direction from the city administration to look at 5 areas of business and find savings. There were no limitations put on the consultant on what to explore or how to examine city operations. From this exercise, numerous actions for cost savings were presented to executive leadership team for our consideration. The business cases posted publicly last week included all potential options identified by KPMG. These actions were then reviewed internally further, and administration put some of those proposed actions aside for different reasons. They were not in the best interest of Edmontonians, for example, or the timing to implement them was wrong, or they comprised continued service excellence issues. There were, however, 18 actions that we felt confident bringing forward that could contribute to achieving our 2021 budget target and further support the next 4-year budget cycle. Reimagine Services is about cost savings and revenue generation. As a public service, the city needs to continue to do this challenging and often uncomfortable examination of our services and to ensure they remain relevant, effective, and efficient. So I appreciate there's additional discussion before us today, but a path forward for savings has to be determined, and we'll of course continue to listen and take direction from council regarding the next steps for these 18 actions submitted. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Corbould. I can't remember if we had a speakers list queued up way back in the day, but even if we did, we might as well start from scratch here. So questions on, for administration arising from the reports, the new information, or the deputations from the public? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
So I'm going to go really broad, and then I'm going to focus in on one or two things here. In the package, there is a additional, it's maybe additional, maybe not, but there's a chart included that says, these are the things that today we want you to make a decision on, and these are the things that require further analysis. Correct, Mr. Corbold?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, so items 1, 2, 3, oh, I just lost it. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, and 13, you'd like us to make a decision on today. The rest, and maybe you can clarify this, the rest of the items, which include some still, I think, controversial ideas, you require further analysis on. So what could council expect with that further analysis?
Yeah, I think it's just more added clarity on things. You know, for example, the golf course is one where we need to put out an RFP to see if there's anybody interested and what those prices would come back. If the options for those don't come back good, then we would not move forward on them. I guess the other thing I would say is that it's not so much that we're looking for council to approve all these. I mean, these are things we'd like to do. But if council would like to stop us from doing these things, then obviously the motion can speak to that.
Yes, and I appreciate that. And I guess maybe worth discussing briefly is, in fact, that an endorsement to further and analyze some of the options in Table 2 it does not constitute an endorsement of those initiatives going forward, just that it sort of acknowledges that we do need more information, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. And,
Yep.
and in my mind, we would certainly take that back. And for those areas that we just are getting information, we would endeavor to come back to council with what that information was, and therefore what we would recommend doing going forward, for sure.
That's very helpful. Thank you. One of the questions I had remaining on the fire services piece with the medical response unit, one of your proposals in this, in the Reimagine Services report, and I'm just finding my place here, around fire services was around the medical response units and the movement of, I've lost my place. So I'm not going to be, my apologies if I'm not extremely detailed with this question, but there's a request to reallocate resources from Station 1 and Station 5, and there was some concern expressed, I think, by the union about that reallocation. I was wondering if either the fire chief or someone from administration could help me understand what kind of assessment or data you use to inform this proposal regarding the medical response units and the reallocation of resources from those stations.
Chief Satilny, do you want to take that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think first off, Fire Rescue Services took a diligent and detailed-oriented approach to reviewing the Reimagine Services recommendations. And we upheld public and staff safety and looked to address the financial realities facing our organization. And the actions that we share with you today achieve that careful balance. And I would like to preface my comments with, we're not proposing or planning a reduction of firefighting services. And we looked at this from a system and data approach. We are always focused on the safety and security to our frontline staff and the people that they serve, and that we have an obligation as a public service to ensure that we are being as effective as we can with the resources that we have, provided we don't increase the risk profile through service delivery. When we look at the medical response unit pilot, I can take you back with a bit of history, but we had to look deeper into the proposed pilot. We know that Winnipeg, Vancouver, Calgary all executed pilots of similar nature. And our initial data showed that the medical response units with 2 firefighters at Station 1 and Station 5 could respond to 22.3% of all medical calls in Edmonton within a 4-minute travel time relating, and that's approximately 12,000 calls. And so substituting a medical response unit for a pumper unit is projected to have virtually no impact on fire response times and service levels. And when we looked at this, and the KPMG report recommends that that 2 firefighters go on these units, we are actually proposing 3, and that's specifically, there's a larger percentage of calls that these units will take off the pumps in the downtown, and the system itself, surrounding stations would pick up if there's needed additional pumps to respond into the downtown. We did analyze NFPA 1710, which is the standard for fire suppression operations that we work towards to ensure that the citizens of Edmonton receive the quality service that they expect and deserve. And this type of support unit is not in conflict with that standard. The reference around medical care indicates the need to be staffed with the minimum levels to provide patient care by trained responders. And so after some initial conversations with the FFU, we believe that the 2 firefighter units is not in the best interest of Edmonton Fire Rescue Services or the public. And we would look for to pilot 3 firefighters per unit safely to have a greater impact on the workloads to downtown.
Great, thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And maybe just to follow up on that one, I think the feedback we heard, and we talked a bit about it last time, but just to close the loop on this, is that I haven't heard concern about putting in the MRUs. It's the removal of those 2 recently added pumper trucks to those 2 stations while the pilot's underway. And so I think there's just concern about, how do you properly measure the effectiveness if you take those tools out? And so what I'm hearing is that you feel, because you would still have a pumper truck at each station, you just wouldn't have 2. Every other station has 2. These stations would now have 1 again, because we recently brought them up to 2. But the replacements would be these MRUs. That's how this is working?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So most stations do have 1 pumper truck, and moving to specific medical response units will allow us to focus our resources more efficiently while not reducing that service. So it gives us better control over the resources that we put forward toward these kinds of calls without reducing fire service. Now, this is something that we have to continue to analyze as we move through the pilot. Watch if there are any changes. Do this slowly, test it thoroughly, and listen to our staff to make sure that it's working for the safety of firefighters and Edmontonians. So, but this is really this is about efficiently using resources, not necessarily making reductions to service.
Absolutely. So I guess the question is, and because I think the request has come in from the union that they would prefer to see this deferred, and I'm just wondering, is there a way to, if you were to proceed with this, to start by leaving those pumper trucks even for a month, just to make sure you're getting a sense of? I think that's the concern. That the worry is the minute you've removed those, if something major did come up, how much additional time that could potentially add if you had to then call from resources from a different area. So I think that's where the concern lies, and I just wouldn't mind your thoughts, because I think that's the request.
No, for sure. And when these 2 pumps were brought into service in the fall of 2019, they were done so by moving resources from other areas of the city to mitigate the workload pressures of the increasing calls in the downtown and the risk profile in the downtown area. And this was a good plan, an evidence-based decision that the previous chief made. And at Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, we continue to monitor the effectiveness of those decisions. We have completed an impact analysis of 1A and 5A pumps, and it had its intended effect of ensuring additional coverage for the downtown stations. However, it did not improve our response times. It did reduce the number of times pumps from other stations attended calls in Station 1 and Stations 5 district. So the system, what I mean by that is the system was pulling pumps into the downtown. Now it didn't need to pull as many pumps into the downtown with those additions, but it didn't have an impact on our response time. So
I get it. Okay, sorry, that's helpful. So the thinking is that now you can redeploy these two back to the rest of the city. You'll still have a response from a medical response unit, which ideally should be able to respond maybe even a bit quicker because there's a smaller vehicle, a little more nimble in a more constrained environment. Is that so that's the thinking behind that? Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. And I would just, as we redistribute the resources, I would say that the initiatives and support around training, making our staff safe, improving our outreach and diversity and our respect and inclusion initiatives are just as important as the work that we do on the front lines to put out the fires. And we'd be looking to reinvest any efficiencies that we can to make sure that our service as a whole is productive, efficient, and stays viable for the Edmontonians we serve.
Okay. I have other questions on other topics, so I'm going to keep going. Do we know, just on the golf courses one, do we know what's the current cost recovery on the 3 golf courses?
Councillor Knack, the information from KPMG showed 44% cost recovery at Rundle and 83% cost recovery at Victoria and Riverside. And that's until 2019. We didn't have the data then, but it has improved marginally during the pandemic, in fact.
I'm out of time. I'll have a few more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
Thank you, and I appreciate those lines of questions. I'm going to in a totally different way. I'd like to discuss the registered program offerings, looking at reducing the number of programs we offered, particularly when I looked at the GBA Plus equity lens. I'm concerned about offering programs that might impact some of those groups, particularly the women only swim, things like that. So could someone just speak to me about the plan going forward?
Councillor Essinger, basically, as KPMG and administration looked at the cost recovery on those programs, there certainly were a number of programs that were not achieving, very high cost recoveries. So it's those, and we do this on a regular basis. In fact, I think KPMG is coming from a point of view that we should really increase our oversight in our analysis and basically remove programs that are not recovering the kinds of revenues that we had expected. So it's an ongoing body of work, and this recommendation will have us really improve our oversight and bring in new programs and eliminate lower cost recovery programs.
Are you looking at those that have that unique element that we really do serve the public, women only swim, things like that? Because I'm worried if we lose some of those programs, those people will not have the opportunity to swim or have access to it. I understand overall, but some of those unique ones that serve a very small population, are you considering those?
Certainly, Councillor, that GBA Plus lens is absolutely essential, and those public policy goals that we have with our programs. We don't base our program offering solely on cost recovery. There's a lot of other, as I said, public policy goals that are achieved through those that review of those programs. So certainly that would be a critical lens to look at which programs can be concluded, and which ones should be ongoing.
And what about location or the idea that some people they live in the Northwest, and if the program's offered in the Southeast, access would be limited. Is that one of your other measures you're using in programming?
Certainly it is, Councillor, and trying to work with community as well in terms of what the local market, the local geographic market, which programs are relevant to that particular population. So you're right, the women-only swim is a good example of that, in which parts of our city is that most in demand, and then those are delivered. And again, it isn't only cost recovery that is critical to what actually gets delivered.
Thank you. And could you help me understand how one of the comments in the report was explore how certain programs using third-party providers could provide it at a lower cost. I don't know how they would provide it at a lower cost than the city, except they pay the people less to do the programming. Can you help me understand that?
Councillor, I think one important dimension of the third party is there are a number of not-for-profits that weigh into that space. So, for example, the programs that administration used to run at senior centers are now delivered by the senior centers themselves, the Seniors Association themselves. An organization like the Nordic Ski Club now is running a number of learn to cross-country ski programs within the River Valley. So there certainly is that not-for-profit dimension as well. But then in terms of the for-profit side, in many cases, to develop that skill internally is not easily done. So programs such as personal trainers are for-profit, and that is provided by an external third party.
Okay, I just have one more question, and I'm jumping to the nonprofit leasing. I guess I'm concerned that many of the nonprofits are serving vulnerable groups. And if we remove some of those leasing opportunities, I'm not sure if we'll be able to have those services. So is that taken into consideration in the review?
Certainly, it will be. And these are largely, the focus we want to take over the short term is on our registered programs. So certainly the cost for those not-for-profits will be part of that analysis, most definitely.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Banga is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, my questions are going to be, again, totally in a different direction here. When we have the list of actions that we do, 1 to 7, 8, and are these in any preferential order? What's happening there?
No, I don't believe so, Councillor. They're all things that we think we should do, but they're not prioritized in any specific order. They're just considered as part of the report we got.
So then, charging for, of course, anyway, first I'm going to go with the naturalization. Yeah, it sure means different to different folks. Could you tell me if, has there been any public engagement on this portion been done or in the plans to be done? Because there are different thoughts on those.
Councillor, as part of Reimagine, this suggestion was a business case assessment. The naturalization process of providing a new strategy for naturalization would have extensive engagement both during the development of the strategy as well as there would be an engagement component as the strategy would be rolled out, similar to a process that's been undertaken as we've delivered on the waste strategy. So there would be quite a bit of engagement that would need to be done both with the public as well as stakeholder groups.
Okay, some of these naturalization efforts have already been progressed. Could you tell me, were they done with any sort of engagement or they were just done?
So the naturalization that's been undertaken was done in conjunction with a plan that was developed by the city in the 90s and has been followed based on that sort of plan. So there has been work with different stakeholder groups depending on different elements of the naturalization. For example, as we work with the Root for Trees program, we use volunteers and associations and organizations that are part of that process. So there has been some, but we certainly need to do a more comprehensive body of engagement as we go forward.
Is that what contributes to maintaining the public space, park space savings? Like this is a negative savings?
So the savings part, Councillor, there's two components to the financials that are around the naturalization. There's the costs in the initial years to develop the strategy and update based on what was previously presented in the 90s. And then there's the naturalization savings that would result from changes and basically changes to the amount of maintained space, as well as how we would maintain the naturalized areas would also have financial implications, which would all be part of the work that would go forward.
Okay. And then in this whole scheme of things there, is there any part of this in relation to any layoffs to any city employees?
Councillor, are you speaking just to naturalization or to reimagine in general?
For the whole thing, no, for the whole package.
So, speaking to the naturalization, again, we would determine what changes in service may or may not be required. We would anticipate, depending on how much work is required to maintain spaces, if that changes, there could potentially be reductions in the amount of resources we need, which would reduce some costs. But that would all be determined as we look at what the naturalization strategy looks like and how it's implemented.
Okay, so we received a ton of emails from folks in regards to the layoff of, I guess, transit cleaners and some other folks in regards to recyclers and fair maintainers. Are you recommending that now, or is it still under consideration?
Councillor, that was not part of Reimagine. That was one of the strategies that was identified through the budget process, which had been approved by Council as the fall 2021 SOBA was debated.
Okay. And so that's, okay, anyway, my time is up and I'll come back. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Next is Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up a little bit on the questions that Councillor Essinger was just beginning to ask about the nonprofit leasing piece. You know, because I'm curious to know, I don't want us to reinvent and go back 15 years and create problems that we had prior to those policies being in place. So I just want to explore that a little bit and see how much of that policy is still being adhered to, or if we need to go back and have a look at it. The history of it was that a lot of work was done to create a policy around property taxes for nonprofits. Then a lot of, I don't know how much that policy still exists, but we're not using it terribly much because the province brought in Copter around the same time. And that sort of supplanted the need for our policy. But that policy was then copied across to our leasing policy around what nonprofits should be eligible, what we considered something that was worth supporting or not supporting. So I wanted to check back on that and see if that's still being applied. I suspect it may need to be looked at again, but I suspect it's still pretty much in line with what our objectives are. The intent at the time was not to sort of give with one hand and take back with another. And I asked the question because I think we could end up in the same place we ended up with the community investment operating grants and with capital partnership programs. Is a lot of stuff may end up back on council's plate that has been dealt with very successfully by policy for a number of years, and would be back in an ad hoc one-off kind of situation. So I asked the question just to wonder what kind of work is going to happen next. and see where we're at, because we could end up shooting ourselves in the foot if we get this one wrong.
Council, I'll start, and perhaps somebody from real estate is on the call. Certainly, that has been examined within the administration, and part of that is certainly the relationship between leases and licenses, and a level playing field. There is some perspective, and we haven't verified this yet, but is the playing field level for all of these groups, and there's some perspective that it may not be. So what kind of support from the public sector, from the local government, are some of these groups receiving that other groups may not be, or vice versa? So it's certainly there's some work underway to look at that, and I'm not sure if there's somebody from real estate who wants to weigh in on that as well.
So Councillor Sterrell-Croft for Mary Pearson today. We will look into that from the real estate perspective and get back to you.
Yeah, I'd hate for us to redo work that was done, actually, it was a year's work by which is why I know about it, because I was actually a citizen that was appointed to represent the arts community at that time on that committee that worked on the tax for nonprofit piece. I wasn't around for the decision to carry it over the leasing piece, but it was really good work, so it probably makes some sense. And if we've moved away from that and need to be reapplying those, I think that would be worth doing. But I would caution against walking, a radical change, because there's a lot of groups that are doing work that we think is important, that are being funded in other ways, that it would be like cutting their grants to push them through a radical change, or saying you can't have this building anymore that they may be in for 20 years or so. I can think of a number that are like that. So I think having a policy look would probably be worth it, but I think I would really encourage that the lens be about that question of benefit back to us, rather than about, are we using these buildings or should they come down, or those kind of things, because we could create a cascade of problems if we mishandle it in terms of really damaging some organizations. So is that the kind of question that will get asked?
Councillor, that is the question. I will take back to real estate, and then we will return.
Great, thanks. I just wanted to flag it because having lived through the creation of it, which was and I suspect a lot of that stuff still holds. I suspect it was a fairly simple document, but I suspect if we went back to it, we'd still say this aligns with city plan. Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Caterina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the report. So, Mr. Colbro, just to go back to, so I understood what you said at the beginning here, and in particular, item number 15, you're not asking for a decision on that particular item today. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I just want to confirm which item that is. I just don't have it immediately.
And that's the medical response unit. And that from fire.
Not the pilot?
The pilot.
Yeah, we definitely want to move forward with the pilot to try it. And Chief, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Okay, maybe before you add to that, this report, from my understanding, went out to the membership of the union on Friday, and they don't believe that this gave them any time at all to evaluate it, make a response. And there's been, what we hear from you, Chief, is one version. What I hear from the union is a different version altogether. And with the two of you not being in the same room, that we can hear from both of you at the same time, I find it a little bit concerning at this point in time that we're looking for an experiment to try something that maybe will work, maybe won't work during this reimagine. And I've said it from the beginning, I didn't think that fire should be included in this reimagine work regardless from the beginning. So this is pretty serious. And the lens that you've sort of quoted from, Chief, is the KPMG report. It seems like their report has a common theme where they're looking at costs as you would look at from a business point of view. And as you know, the city is not a business. We provide services at a loss in order to quality of life for citizens. So if we applied that lens of strictly cost or return on investment, yikes almighty, we'd have to get rid of every rec center, public transit, and on and on and on, because they don't show a return, a profit on it. So this to me seems to be the same sort of thing, that fire should not be involved in this reimagine, but I'll let you respond to that, Chief.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll start, Counselor, if I could. I mean, we definitely have to consider the efficiencies. There's no way we're going to do anything that's going to be dangerous or reduce from a safety perspective. There's lots of things we can do. I'm not privy to the conversations you're having with the union. I can only comment on the conversations I have with the union, and I had 3 or 4 of them, and then I heard some new things when we came in front of committee on the 23rd that I hadn't heard before. So we'll always sit down and talk to the unions. And if they're telling you different things and they're telling us, I can't speak to that because I'm not in those rooms. I'm only in the rooms that I'm in. But I can guarantee that we are looking at this from a safety first perspective. And I've also told the union, if you have other ideas, which they continue to say they do, share them with us and we'll look at those as well. The other thing I would say is that, just to reinforce this point, I've told the fire chief and I've also told the union that we're not looking for major savings from the fire initiatives. In fact, what I've said to the fire chief and I've said to the unions is, if I give all that money back to you, how would you use it to make the force better? So this is not a significant part of the savings process on the fire side. And so we'll continue to have conversations, as often as we need to with the union going forward. And so, Joe, I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
No, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Caterina. I think, our service to citizens and the safety of firefighters is first and foremost the most important thing. And I'll always come to this council trying the most effective fire department means of service to meet the modern needs of our colleagues, the city, and citizens. And I think, while there's some of the recommendations in the KPMG report touch on areas that are appropriate for consideration, there are recommendations that would bring about short-term and long-term risks that did not capture the perspective of citizens and firefighter safety. And I have incredible staff. They're moving and making changes over and above the Reimagine work. Working in the pandemic, the opioid challenges, we have backlog in training. We need to be solely focused on the safety of citizens and the well-being of those serving them. And so today we've looked at we're talking about the MRUs and the medical response units in Station 1 and 5, where the average of 7 to 5 medical call events happen in a 24-hour period. And this can be handled by one pump at those stations. And there's only 15% of the calls at Station 1 and 5 that require 2 pumps. And in that 15% of the time, we will pull from the next closest station, as we did previously before those pumps were downtown. And so, given that our downtown area, the stations are closer together, we believe the impact is minimal, but we want to watch this carefully, and we want to ensure that firefighter safety and the citizen safety is being looked after.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks. And I got to agree with Councillor Caterina on his concerns and what he said about the city not being a private business. What I was intrigued with, though, with the medical response units was, and Chief, so tell me, when you looked at data, you would have looked at how much of the time one pump was out of the station anyways on medical calls, yes?
Correct. Yeah, we did look at that.
Because it seems to me that you're doing a lot of medical calls in that greater downtown area because of social disorder and the mental health and addictions issues, a lot of overdose calls and stuff. So what intrigued me about it was maybe quicker response, maybe better response, and also not having a pumper truck with 5 what, is it 5 that are on a pumper?
It's 4.
4. Okay, so you reduce the staff by 1, maybe get a little bit of efficiency out of that. But what was more intriguing to me was because, and tell me, medical calls are what are going up year over year versus fire calls, right?
Correct, and 60% of the calls out of the downtown stations are medical.
So tell me this, because I think this would be the one concern for Councillor Katarina and I, and well, everybody. There's a fire downtown, and now you've got 2 medical units instead of pumpers. From where would you draw other assets, and what would be any delay in their response?
And where we would, this is where it becomes a system approach, and this happens in every part of the city. And fortunately, in downtown, our stations are closer together, so we're able to have units travel time a lot more quickly. So the MRUs isn't, or the medical response units isn't a model that we would want to have citywide in every district. It has to be done with precision and where there's the best value for the city and the citizens. So what this would do is with pump 1A out of the scenario, it would draw from the next closest station, whether that's 2 or 5 for that call. When we're looking at the medical response units, the intent is that because they're solely focused on medical, which is 60% of the call volume, that they would actually be freeing up other pumps in the system. And depending on how we set up the pilot, they may actually free up calls in other districts because of the 4-minute travel time. So we have to do this very carefully and ensure that the safety is being looked after for both citizens and firefighters, and that we're getting the outcomes that we want, that this is efficient and we're not losing when it comes to the response.
So explain to me, I don't know if it's Mr. Corbould, maybe I should go to you. I had a meeting with a union rep, and what the argument there was, it shouldn't be 2 on a medical response unit, it should actually be 3. And Chief Cittoni is telling me it's actually going to be 3. So, Mr. Corbould, why are we having this opposition from the union right now? I don't quite understand why a pilot would be that controversial, given all the study and data that probably went into this, and the fact that they're going to medical response calls 60% of the time anyway. So I'm a little baffled.
Well, I too am baffled, Councillor McKean, because I can't again tell you what they're saying in different rooms that we're not in. I didn't hear a lot of this concern from them directly when I met with them 3 or 4 times. And more recently, as you've indicated, they were worried about 2, and the chief agreed with that concern, and so made it 3. And so we're not just blindly following the KPMG recommendations. We analyzed them, we reviewed them, we chatted with folks like EFFU, and we'll continue to chat with them. But if they're going to say different, and I'm not suggesting they are, but if they're going to say different, give councillors different perspectives that we're not privy to, I'd be happy to answer those in a room, and maybe if councillors are meeting with the EFFU, we could be invited to those meetings so we can chat about it together. Because I just don't know what they're telling you on the side and in private that they're not telling me. So
I don't want to suggest it was wildly different, but I was surprised with the level of opposition we had at our recent meeting. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
And I just add, particularly in light, when I first had a discussion with the FFU, I talked mostly about the things in the KPMG recommendations that we were not accepting and we were not moving forward with because of the safety or risk concerns that the fire chief had. And at least in that initial conversation, they told me that they appreciate that we weren't moving forward with those. And but that was for the reasons that both you and Councillor Katarina have mentioned, that, you know, we aren't a business and we're not willing to take the kind of risks that would have a negative impact on the people of Edmonton or firefighters themselves. So.
Thank you.
If I may, Councillor McKean, and I think there is an opportunity for further discussion and more discussion on this and other ideas that I think the union has to continue to make sure that we're innovative, we run efficiently, And we work together to make sure that the safety and service that we provide is the quality that our citizens expect. And so, you know, I think there is further opportunities that we can explore and support. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Thank you. We're on to the second round now, so I'll need a motion for another round of questions.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, seconded by Councillor Cartmell. I'll just seek unanimous consent. Any objection to more questions? Not hearing any. Then on the next round, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more questions. One with regards to the recreation facilities. I know the report talks about the initial discussions you've had with maybe interested parties in a request for expressions of interest on Lewis Farms, how they might want to be able to take a different approach. There were concerns expressed with things like the pool as an example. I just want to make sure so that the request for EOI allows for that flexibility. So somebody, an interested party, has the flexibility to say, well, we're interested in partnering with you, but we don't want to run this, or we want to do it all. We don't restrict what they can submit in that, correct?
Councillor, that work is being led by IIS. Adam, do you want to weigh in on that one? I don't hear Adam on the call. We had Pascal, sorry, go ahead.
No, apologies. I may have been distracted. Can Councillor Knack repeat his question?
I just wanted to make sure in the request for expressions of interest on the Lewis Farms facility, it was referenced in the report how there's maybe different interest in taking on either all of it or taking on part of it. We don't restrict what comes forward in those expressions of interest. So somebody could bring forward all different types of ideas with that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're trying to keep it as broad and wide as we can, especially that it's a request for information or interest at this point in time.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that you had that flexibility to explore that. Maybe that question is probably a little later in the process, so I'll leave it. I think the only other question I have on naturalization, as that had come up a little bit, we've talked about the engagement. The other piece I want to make sure is from how I understand with naturalization, you still have to do some pretty heavy maintenance for the first couple of years to allow what is naturalized to be able to, sort of choke out the weeds and stop that from occurring. So does this Reimagine report assume that as well, that sort of upfront investments in getting that to a state where it can perform the way we want it to?
So, Councillor, I think the Reimagine report does take that into account, but we also know that we don't have enough information yet to say, definitely what that impact would be, but we do know that that's part of the work that we would have to look at, because there would be two forms of the naturalization. There's the passive, where we're allowing existing inventory to go to passive or to naturalized areas, as well as developing new areas and developing them as naturalized areas right from day one. So there would be different maintenance processes for both, but we would take that into account in more detail as we develop the strategy as well as the implementation plan going forward.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Mr. Carbold, my questions are, during the budget discussions, we asked you to come up with some possible savings, basically, look at how the things are being done, see if they can be done any better. And also with, there were questions about number of supervisory layers in there. But now, I know it's not a part of the Reimagine process, but at what point in time, when do we decide that, if we are going to go through with your recommendations? Is it today?
Well, yeah, these action items we have in front of council today are things that we would like to move forward on. We've got a lot of work to do on them. I mean, there is, so I guess if you don't want us to pursue any of them, I would rather you tell us that now than in November in the next budget deliberations. But I would also clarify that none of these in the Reimagine Services update are going to impact this in-year budget. They would start to impact things in 2022. So as I mentioned a few weeks ago, you arguably have a chance to say no to any of these things in the fall budget process as well with the new council. But if you want us to not proceed on any of these things now, we'd rather know now so that we don't waste time doing work over the summer.
So just under the current thinking, if I presume it right, please correct me if I'm wrong. We are trying to gain efficiencies through the word privatization. I'm going to put it straightforward. But we are doing that by possibly eliminating the lower end jobs or from the city's inventory. For example, those bus cleaners and whatnot, they're probably one of the lowest paying jobs in the city there, and they're the ones who, I think they're the ones who are doing the work actually. So is that work not going to be done? We needed to see less supervision or layers of supervision, but not that. Could you address to that, please?
Yeah, I'll try to address the question. I mean, we have, as I've mentioned in some earlier briefings, there has been some reduction in supervisory and management staff, and I can perhaps bring a separate report together on that since the fall. I don't think it's one or the other perspective. Again, these are ideas for efficiencies, and it's. I'm not sure what the premise of the question is. We're not certainly trying to target the lowest paying employees in the city. That's certainly not what we're doing, but and I'm not sure if that's the question.
No, it was what you, I guess, you answered was that in context to that. However, my question is, for the first year, we were spending, I guess, around $1 million to have a maximum saving of $1.4 million next year. Would that be correct to say?
Yeah, I believe that's roughly correct, but I mean, I think it's important to point out that you don't just make those savings in the first year, you make them over, the next 5 years, and we've put down the number for that as well.
Yeah. And so just asking out loud, that work that KPMG did, why couldn't we do that internally?
Well, I think we could have done it internally, but if we did it internally, there would be a bunch of other stuff we wouldn't be doing. So it always comes down to when we have jobs to do, I could certainly have taken a bunch of people and taken them off their primary jobs to do that. And I'm not going to go reiterate what happened when I wasn't here to make that decision. But generally when contractors are hired, it's because you don't want to take folks like the fire chief, for example, to do that kind of work. But I can probably do a lot of things internally, but that just means the day-to-day work, it's about prioritization and what we do and what we don't do.
Thank you. I had one more question, but for now, it'll do.
All right, we're coming up on noon, and there's still the debate on the motion here, and there may be other questions. So I'm going to suggest that we recess here. Of course, we do have another matter, time specific, at 1:30 that will preempt. But once that is complete, we could resume on 6.4. So let's pause here, and we'll come back in 90 minutes. We'll roll call in 30 seconds. Stand by. Good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of our council meeting. I'll roll call this time with Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Walters, I think, is still unavailable. Councillor Banga.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Live and on deck. Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Zadek.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
Yep, here.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor McKean.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Nickel. Not joining us at this point, I gather. So we are shortly going to deal with item 6.6, sanction process complaints 2109 and 2111. Given that I filed one of these complaints, I think the most appropriate course is to hand off the chair to the deputy mayor, who is Councillor Cartmel. And so for the duration of this item, I will yield the chair to you, sir.
Thank you. So I will first of all read out a bit of a process outline here. And this is similar to the outline that Mayor Iveson read a couple of weeks ago. So the purpose of item 6.6 today is to decide on potential sanctions that may be applied to a member of council who has been found by the Integrity Commissioner to have substantially breached the Council Code of Conduct. City Council has received reports from the Integrity Commissioner outlining the facts and findings as they relate to this breach of the code. The role of City Council today is to deal solely with potential sanctions. Questions relating to the process to reach the results and the recommendations are acceptable, as are clarifying questions as to why an action violates the code. The purpose of this meeting is not to question the findings of the Integrity Commissioner. Instead, it is to ensure that the process was reasonable in relation to the severity of the breach, in that the process was fair, transparent, and rational for such a breach. If we believe the process was reasonable, then it is also our place to determine whether to accept the proposed sanction outlined in the report, or to find that a different sanction, or no sanction at all, is warranted in these circumstances. Given the slightly unusual nature of this item, it is my role today and the role of our legal advisors to ensure that we do not stray from our assigned duties. It is possible that some of us may disagree on whether the conduct should have been found to be a breach. While this view may ultimately impact our decision on the severity of any penalty, we cannot make a finding that no breach occurred, as that is the responsibility we have given to the Integrity Commissioner to make. We are also not here today to ask either our Ethics Advisor or the Integrity Commissioner to provide ethics advice to individual councillors, or to ask how the code could be interpreted. Lawyers from Legal Services are here today to assist Council by providing legal advice if needed. If through this discussion any member of Council feels that our code of conduct needs to be clarified, that is fair. But it is not the role of City Council to debate that today, and any motions of this would not be in order. In making a determination on sanctions, we must put aside any personal biases we may have, including personal disagreements with other members of City Council. Instead, we must form opinions based on the submissions made by the councillor involved and the facts and evidence that are put before us today. In a sense, we are acting today not as councillors representing the city, but as the entity that is given the important responsibility of rendering a penalty against one of our members. In this sense, we may be taking on both administrative and quasi-judicial roles. We must remember that we are accountable to ourselves, to each other, and ultimately to the citizens of Edmonton in any decision that we make. The process we will follow for the sanction hearings is as follows. First, a presentation from the Integrity Commissioner with no time limit. Second, questions of the Integrity Commissioner by members of Council, including the respondent councillor, 5 minutes each. And I believe there can be more than one round of questions if necessary. Third, submissions by respondent councillor or council, 10 minutes. If the respondent councillor needs additional time to present a meaningful response, then council may allow the respondent councillor to speak in additional 10-minute increments. Fourth, questions by members of council to the respondent councillors or council through the chair. Fifth, council determines if it will hear from speakers with a direct interest in the sanction hearing. The usual 5-minute limit for speaker applies. Sixth, questions of the speakers, if any, by all members of council, including the respondent councillor. 7, motion of a sanction is put on the floor. 8th, members of council other than the respondent councillor speak to the motion on the floor, 5 minutes each. 9th, the respondent councillor or council speaks to the motion on the floor, 10 minutes, and again, if the respondent councillor needs additional time to present a meaningful response, then council may allow the respondent councillor to speak in additional 10-minute increments. With that, I will move then, hand the floor to the Integrity Commissioner to make her report. Ms. Patel.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification before we start that.
Yes, Councillor Banga.
In your opening statement, you said that substantially breached the code of conduct. Is that your wording, or is it Integrity Commissioner's wording, or where did that come from?
This is the introductory comments that were given to me to read in preparation for this hearing. So they're not my words. I'm not sure whose words exactly they are.
Okay.
Just a second, Councillor Banger. We'll get an answer for you.
Sorry, Councillor Banga. So the words were prepared in conjunction with legal services, and so a lot of the words have been taken actually right out of the sanctioning process that Council approved in January of 2020.
Yeah, good enough. Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none then, Ms. Patel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, council members, members of administration, and Mr. Dennis. I'd like to start by talking a bit about process, because process is what one of the things council should care about in this proceeding, and process questions were raised when we met a couple of weeks ago. And so I want to be clear that blackout periods were not in one. We were not in one when these complaints came in. They are the exception, not the rule in Alberta in terms of councils. Councils across Alberta are being held to their code of conduct through the election period, whether they're incumbents or not. So this is not something unique to Edmonton, and it's certainly more of the exception than the rule. Either way, these complaints did not come in during the blackout period that's in the code of conduct that this council approved. So therefore, I was obliged to investigate the complaints. What I want to be clear on as well is the reason there were some concerns raised, and if we think that the code doesn't apply, then things like accepting gifts and it would be nonsensical. So the code applies to some degree, and the code is written that we may suspend during the 90 days leading up to the election, which I think is a good process. But it's what we have, and it's not something that I find offensive, but it's not necessarily mandatory. It's voluntary by council. I also want to be clear that these proceedings are not criminal, and sometimes we used in the last hearing criminal language. Both Mr. Dennis and some of the councillors were, I think, confusing this proceeding with a criminal proceeding, and this is not that. This is a code of conduct proceeding, which is very different than other regulatory proceedings. I can tell you when I was retained as the Integrity Commissioner, I reviewed the code and the process that was attached to it. I do this for many, many organizations across the country. I write these codes, I don't enforce these codes, pardon me. I give advice on these codes and I investigate these codes. And I've done in this type of investigation more than 100 in the last few years and looked at these types of codes. The procedure I found in the code was fine. It's best practices and it reflects best practices from across the country and what I understand was put in place before I came in. The only thing that I thought was missing in this code was a section on retaliatory conduct. To me, that was very odd to have a code of conduct without a section that prohibits retaliatory conduct. So as the code gets refined, that was one of the refinements I asked for, and it was included unanimously in this code. And that is the subject matter of the complaints we're dealing with today, and that is retaliatory conduct. Why did this jump out for me? Because without the enforcement of, or without councils rejecting retaliatory conduct, I do believe the code would be meaningless. If people are dissuaded, intimidated from bringing forward good faith complaints, and I use the word good faith, then there could be a problem. And I actually do wonder whether you have a code without, why you would have a code without that provision. In any event, it's in the code. And one of the other procedural things that's also in the code is identifying the complainant. Here we have two complaints, 2109 and 2111. Complainant 2109 is a member of the general public. I did not identify the complainant to Councillor Nicol, and under the code of conduct, I'm at liberty not to identify the complainant to Councillor Nicol. The code says only if it's necessary to defend, to do a proper investigation. In this case, Councillor Nicol also did not ask me the identity, and so I wasn't left with the decision of identifying the complainant, which would be a little bit more difficult than we're dealing with the very subject matter of retaliatory conduct against possible retaliatory conduct against complainants. And so that didn't even come up. But what did come up was Councillor Nicol raised the issue of the complaints being brought in bad faith and suggested that complainant 2109 brought the complaint in bad faith. And when considering that bad faith allegation, it was confusing because I hadn't identified the complainant. But I can tell you overall, to me, in my view, the subject matter of these complaints on their face, regardless of who made the complaint, violates the code. So when I look just at the two social media posts that happened in April of this year, in my view, they're a violation of the code, particularly the anti-retaliatory section. So let's be clear, when I look at the two complaints and they deal with social media posts by Councillor Nicol on April 12th and 13th of this year, when I look at them, I'm separating campaign activity, it's purely campaign activity and political speech, from that activity that deals with comments, information about the work of council, including the code of conduct. So there's a difference to me, and I've dismissed many complaints that were simply political commentary and campaign activity. Here we're again talking about the operation of the code, and we're going back to something that happened last year when 10 complaints were filed, and I investigated them and brought them to this council. And the subject matter now, a year later, is somewhat those complaints, which is way before the campaign period, but also, again, about the code of conduct. Now, last year, I found that there were violations of the code with respect to social media posts about a year ago as well. And then in October of last year, I was alerted to some activity by one of the complainants from last year that Councillor Nicol had interacted with Councillor Knack on Facebook about the complaints and was asking whether he had triggered them. I wrote to Councillor Nicol last October and warned him that that sort of behavior, in my view, was retaliatory or could be seen that way. And I reminded him of the sections of the code that prohibit retaliation. And so I do believe that Councillor Nicol was made aware by me and given an opportunity to avoid this proceeding today. One of the concerns I have with the post is they're not clearly campaigning. They're talking about basically holding somebody who has said over and over again, Councillor Knack, that he was not a complainant in those complaints last summer. He's trying to hold Councillor Knack accountable for a figure that Councillor Nicol has put forward. Councillor Knack has said he wasn't a complainant, but more importantly, he very well could have been, and it's his right to be a complainant in these proceedings. Council is there to hold each other accountable. You have the Mayor Iveson today also being a complainant today. That's the purpose of the code, is for you to hold each other accountable and for complainants if they want to, or councillors if they want to bring complaints. So the concerning part about the April 12th social media post where it calls or suggests that this was a $50,000 stunt that was caused by Councillor Knack or his staff member is concerning. It has a retaliatory nature to it in the sense that it's really dissuading people by ridiculing them for the cost, holding them accountable for, or trying to hold them accountable for what is said to be $50,000 when there were actually 10 complainants last year, none of whom were identified to me as Councillor Knack, and I know the identity of all of those complainants. One of whom, though, was a staff member of Councillor Knack. And so the concern is that there's this attempt to blame or ridicule for the costs associated with something that ultimately turned out to be associated with Councillor Nicol's conduct and not anybody else's. And so in my view, council members, and with all due respect, if retaliatory conduct is permitted, it causes not only a chill, but an Arctic chill on the code, and it really leaves the code meaningless. The very nature of this conduct, I think, warranted investigation, particularly after I had given the warning last October that I was concerned about this. And it's something that I do take very, very seriously in terms of my work with councils and codes of conduct. And again, as before, whether the council wishes to lay a sanction or not is entirely up to council, and it's not my business other than I am required to make a recommendation based on my experience and expertise and what the code says. So the findings I arrived at with respect to the two social media the two social media postings were, the first one was really containing one misleading information about the operation of the code by attributing $50,000 or thereabouts to Councillor Knack. Two, I think it was meant to intimidate or ridicule people who try to make complaints, other councillors who might make complaints, members of the public who might make complaints. And it's an attack on the code, complainants, and it's something that concerns me deeply. I said this before and I'll say it again, I would not bring something to council in an election period lightly. It would be very difficult and thoughtful process went into this to make sure that it was a fair and open process following the code of conduct, but also considering the implications of bringing something forward of this nature at this time. The second thing that Councillor Knack did was he reposted the very cartoon that was posted a year ago for which he was found in violation of the code. And I'm not going to walk council through that again. I've already made my findings on the very same cartoon that he republished on April the 13th of this year. But it leaves me no choice but to again find him in violation of the code for republishing that very cartoon that I found in violation last year. My obligation under the code as well is to make recommendations on sanction, as I said before. And I will also say I would really prefer not to be investigating any member of council and rather take a proactive approach. But I am abiding by the bylaw for which you've entrusted me. And according to the sanction process, I do want to tell you what went into my recommendation for censure of Councillor Nicol. One, and I've already alluded to, retaliation for me is the most serious breach of the code. And it brings the code to its knees if it's not dealt with seriously. When you think about recommendations on sanction, you look at whether there are previous violations, and we now have from last summer and then 2 weeks ago as well. The reposting of the cartoon and the intentionality of both of the social media posts concerns me. And I'm concerned that there's an intentional disregard and flaunting of the requirements of the very code of conduct that Councillor Nicol and everyone on this council agreed to. Sanction is also related to deterrence, and because this is intentional, I've suggested that council may want to consider censure as opposed to a lesser sanction. I also point out that these social media posts were published simultaneously and across multiple social media platforms, which means the damage of them, including misleading information or retaliatory conduct, would be more widespread than something that was published in a narrower sense. That's my summary this afternoon, Council, and of course, I would be happy to take questions.
Thank you. We'll now move to questions of the Integrity Commissioner. And I'll just wait for a list to form and be shared.
We're just going to show the display so that you can have easy access to it, but it is live in eScribe.
Thank you. We'll start with Councillor Banga.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. My question to, first of all, thanks for the report and your findings. My question is, you mentioned the campaigning period. I mean, this year, when did the campaign period start? Was it when people started filing that was January 1st, or was it 30 days before the election?
Councillor Banga, according to the Code of Conduct, the blackout period for investigating complaints is 90 days in advance of the election, so it started on July the 18th. And as I spoke about last time, given the timing to make sure any councillor could be afforded due process, we are now in the blackout period. Campaigning could have started at any time by other candidates, which is not for me to comment on. I can only comment on the code and the blackout period that I'm bound by.
Okay. So in your mind, those comments made by councillor in relation to the other members of the council, and you think they were in the taste of campaign material, or did you not think so? Or does it matter?
Sorry, I'm not sure if you're asking me about the subject matter of the reports before you?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I had to look seriously at whether I thought they were relevant to council business, the work of the city, or the code, or whether they were simply outside of it and part of political debate, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing on the face of it that talks about a campaign. Everything on the face of the social media posts talk about the code and the operation of the code and the financial implication of enforcing the code. So that's where it falls within the jurisdiction of the code, and that's where I have to investigate.
Okay, if I'm asking you when these two complaints come in, not the one from the citizen, but the council members.
Pardon me, when did it come in?
Yeah.
Let me just 1 second. Complaint 2019 was filed on April 13th, 2021. Complaint 2011 was filed on April 14th, 2021.
Okay. And again, today we are just in the process of deciding what the sanctions are, not finding of guilt again. I'm pretty sure that's what it meant last time too.
Correct.
Okay, and your suggestions are again from the bottom all the way up to top are?
My suggestion for sanction?
Yeah.
So the Code of Conduct provides different options for sanction, and Councillor Banga, as I've said before, that's really up to council to decide if they want to sanction or not. In the code, it provides for various options: letter of reprimand, demanding an apology, censure, which is what I've suggested, and others which have not suggested, like removal from committees and things like that. And just based on the nature of the allegations, or the nature of the findings rather, censure is appropriate in my view, but again, it's just a recommendation. It's entirely up to council if or whether they want to impose a sanction. Given the seriousness of this breach and the intentionality of it, it's proportionate in my view to issue or make a motion of censure, but council may or may not agree with that.
But again, the recommendation was to write a letter of apology, is it? Is that?
No, sir, it was to make a motion of censure. And the idea of a motion of censure is it's a public statement by council that they disagree with the conduct, basically.
Okay, thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
So, Ms. Pytel, the difference between a letter of reprimand and a censure, the censure goes public. The letter of reprimand would only go to the guilty party, for want of a better word.
And the letter of reprimand could have been made public as well.
Okay. Yeah. Just trying to get at what censure really means as far as impact.
Well, in this world, it just means that it's a more serious outcome, a more serious sanction than reprimand. So it's a step up. It's a bit more serious.
I think it was at the last meeting, there was an argument brought forward that this code and the investigation perhaps were weak or flawed when you compare them to things like maybe the Law Society or the Professional Engineers Association or the College of Physicians and Surgeons. But my take on that, and I wanted to get yours, well, their sanctions could include financial penalty, suspension of license to practice, or even revocation of license to practice. And therefore, in that sort of investigative and sanctioning process, is there not a lot more onus on it to be extremely thorough?
They're absolutely different processes, and all of them should be extremely thorough. And you can see that I've tried to be extremely thorough in what I've done. But yes, the penalties are different, the processes are different. In Law Society, APEGA, those sort of things, you usually have a body that does a review process. I think that's what was referred to previously, and then it goes to a panel. This process is different because the outcomes could potentially be financial. We're not there. Sometimes they are. But they're certainly not, I don't want to say they're less serious in terms of the implication to people, but they are definitely different, and codes of conduct are different in that sense. Councillor McKean, those are self-governing bodies. It's apples and oranges in terms of what you would expect for a process. What I can tell you is the process used here is following best practices for this type of code in this environment. dealing with elected officials. Yep.
You use that term in your preamble and now, just now, best practice. How do you know that?
Well, I know that because my own practices have been tested in a court of law, and there are very basic things about due process, transparency, giving the respondent a full opportunity to respond, making sure that they can respond, and that was afforded to Councillor Nicol. He had all kinds of resources to do that, making sure it's within jurisdiction, being very thoughtful in that regard. And so a lot of work was done to first make sure it was within jurisdiction. A lot of work was done to make sure that I listened to what Councillor Nicol had to say about all of it, and then to also look in a balanced way at how other decisions have been made across the country on codes of conduct. Best practices are just that: due process, fair process, making sure people have a full opportunity and an opportunity to get counsel. So time was given. I have no concerns with the process that was followed here whatsoever.
Except you were the one who were responsible for it.
Correct, but I look at processes followed across the country. I look at legal cases and how they've been enforced. I've looked at Supreme Court of Canada cases in terms of what they expect from similar tribunals, for instance, in terms of due process. And I've developed a process over time that is compliant and honors those processes in spirit and in action. For me personally, it's evidence-based, it's based on fact. To me, it's irrelevant who the complainant or the respondent is, as long as I look at what's going on here. And so it's truly about impartiality. Here City Council deliberately did not want to have a new investigator each time and did not want to investigate themselves. That is also best practices.
Right.
And so I try to bring consistency to the cases that I bring. And sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, you indicated this is what you do. You're a subject matter expert in this area, and I accept that. When we talked about censure earlier, and I know I think one of them, as you get more severe, you can remove people from, say, chairing a committee or something. But you used the word financial penalties might actually be an option, and I don't quite understand what you meant by that, because we could not remove a councillor from his role. We can't recall them or anything, so they would continue to get paid and continue to represent their constituent.
Yeah, when I look at the sanctions, just 1 second here. It's considered that there could be a financial implication if you are paid extra for sitting on a committee and that sort of thing, and that I don't know. And so it comes up with codes of conduct if we get further down the list, so to speak, and they get removed from committees for which they may get some sort of extra remuneration. And I don't know that for sure, Councillor McKean, but if that was the case, you absolutely cannot, the electorate decides who's a councillor. The councillor cannot be removed. And so we're not even close to that, in my view, here. This is just a public statement on conduct if you go ahead with censure.
I'm out of time. Thank you, Ms. Pytel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
A couple of different kind of questions. Maybe just to go forward on this blackout period, because I want to just be clear on what that actually means. It doesn't give people, it doesn't mean you can act with impunity. If there was a breach between now and the election, it would just not come up until after the election, presumably, if that councillor was still elected, correct?
It's correct. It's suspended. Pardon me, I didn't say that as clear as I should have. It could be suspended until after the election.
So, I mean, I presume as long as it stayed private, you could still do the investigation, but you just wouldn't report back and make it public until after the election, correct?
Presumably, but I suspect I wouldn't waste those resources.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
No, because I just want to back it up a little bit from there. So, the reality is, if you make that period too long, the point you go into blackout, that you actually give someone a kind of carte blanche to act and then not report back for a significant period of time, correct? If we made it longer than the 90 days. it would have some real problems in terms of allowing people to essentially misbehave without consequence until after an election. Which is why probably the 90-day piece makes, if you make that longer, then we basically, the code would effectively not be in effect for a chunk of time, until after an election.
Well, and that's a decision made by council.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm just trying to understand the consequences.
And I can say that it's more the exception than the rule to actually have a blackout period
Yeah.
in Alberta, right? So.
Probably for that reason, that it actually means you almost accidentally suspend with an election coming, you could end up suspending your. I want to just explore one other thing though, and maybe this may not be within your purview either, but we have these two things that sort of come back to back, and where the idea of remorse comes into it, in terms of our thinking right now. Presumably you found a breach. I guess it was about a year ago now. We presumed at that point that there would be some sense of remorse and that the act wouldn't be repeated. And here we are, and I'm just wondering how that should factor in or might factor into our thinking right now. I mean, is there an expectation, should we have an expectation, given that there is a code here, that you have made a decision that the person that decision was made against accepts the decision?
So Councillor Cam Ashmore
Yeah.
from Law Branch. The question as you phrased it is probably not something the Integrity Commissioner
Okay,
should
fair
be
enough.
answering.
Yeah.
I think if what you were asking or intending to ask was, did the last one impact her decision on deciding this was a censure this time?
Mhm.
That is a fair question.
Okay.
But try to stay out of hypotheticals.
Fair enough, yeah. Sure. I'm just your thoughts on that?
So Councillor Nicol has put in written submissions. He disagrees with taking jurisdiction and with the outcome. I didn't consider so much remorse given the situation or given the argument that Councillor Nicol made, but I definitely considered the fact that there were some before, they were intentional, and these ones, in my view, were intentional. And knowing way back in October that I've said I find this activity to be a breach of the code. Right?
Yeah.
So I didn't think about remorse so much as intentionality, in fairness, Councillor Henderson, because I knew Councillor Nicol's position on this.
No, and remorse may not be the right word, and I realize I may be unfair, but it's this idea of we have a code, it's the acceptance or lack of acceptance of the code, and that's, I guess, what I'm struggling with. That if you have someone who you've made a decision on, what the onus on us is to accept that decision, and how that should factor into our thinking and how we deal with that. And it maybe is a larger question about the code than it is about this particular instance, but I'm trying to think that one through a little bit. And if you can't answer it, I understand.
Well, and it may be best for Mr. Dennis to answer in terms of that. But and I don't want to stray from the in my report I put in what I considered, and I don't want. And if you say that I consider, or if you ask the questions about remorse, it really didn't cross my mind given the nature of the response to the complaints.
No,
right?
No, I realize, and in asking the question, I knew that it was probably more a question for us than for you. So, great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand this complaint. This is about retaliation, retaliatory behavior against an individual who, amongst others, may or may not have made a complaint against the councillor. Is this correct?
Yeah, this is publicly now known that one of the complainants was Councillor Knack's staff member. And a staff member raised the concern last October, Councillor Hamilton, about retaliatory conduct.
So this complaint, however, is brought by a third party, of which Councillor Knack and Mayor Iveson are both witness to. But this is not a complaint brought by the person who feels they were retaliated against, but a third individual who's not been identified, correct?
We have one complaint that came in first by a member of the general public not identified. Then we have the second complaint by Mayor Iveson with a supporting witness statement. And then with Councillor Knack's consent, given that they were basically similar complaints, I used that witness statement for both complaints, but that was not connected in that way with the first one, other than I would have probably had to go to Councillor Knack anyways, so I just, for efficiency, used it for both.
Thank you. So at the heart of this, there is a concern that the original complainant is being retaliated against. Did your investigative process include any conversation with the original complainant around whether or not they felt that they were being retaliated against?
The original complainant raised those concerns last October, and I shared those concerns with Councillor Nicol. And I did get the consent of the original complainant to use that email, which contained the original complainant's concerns, in my report, where they did not make a complaint, but where this was raised. I'm not sure I quite answered you, Councilor Hamilton, but they did not. They chose, the original complainant from last year chose not to make their own complaint this time.
Did you loop back with them or have another conversation with them after the complaint was filed about whether or not they continue to feel that this was retaliatory behavior?
No, the only thing I did do, Councillor Hamilton, was because of the public nature of this meeting and this person's an employee of the City of Edmonton, I informed them of this proceeding, and yeah, the privacy office would have been involved at that point because I needed to make sure they knew this was going public.
And I have some questions about that as well, because we are dealing with somebody who is an employee of the City of Edmonton. Are you aware if any that individual was given any support, or if they went to the Safe Disclosure Office, if there was any sort of human resources action taken on their behalf?
That I am not aware of.
All right, and what does the code say about the responsibility of members of council to uphold the city policies on things like harassment and discrimination, and the safe disclosure work, the Whistleblower Act, etc.?
So we don't, in this investigation, we don't have we have a staff member who I say in my report sort of caught in the crossfire. The code says, though, that the council members must abide by the law and must abide by bylaws and policies of the city. And yes, so that includes the occupational health and safety law, but that's not what my report is about today, because I don't have an actual staff member making that complaint, right? But so I had to think about that a lot as well, Councillor Hamilton, and be clear that I didn't make a finding of a violation of the section of the code that says you must abide by the law and the policies of the City of Edmonton.
But we're also not, I guess, I'll leave that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, please take the chair.
Will do.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions, Ms. Patel. First of all, I believe you said, and tell me if I'm wrong, that there was nothing on Councillor Nicol's social media posts that indicated that this was campaign related, and that because his comments were related to the code of conduct, you considered them to be effectively councillor related. But I do remember a lot of advice earlier this year that instructed councillors and candidates to be very clear through their social media channels that they have separate channels for council work and separate channels for candidate work. So did these messages come from a candidate channel?
I'm not sure what you mean by coming from a candidate channel, but the advice earlier this year was it's less about the platform, Councillor Cartmell, and more about the content. And if the content was about the official business of the councillor or about the City of Edmonton Code of Conduct or about the business of the City of Edmonton, it needed to be accurate and not misleading. And that was the concern here. And it couldn't be, in this case, what I say is damaging to the code. And so, yes, there is a fine line trying to figure this out. But for me, this was very clearly about the code. It was about the complaints made last year. And it's about the work of council in terms of, it's just a repeat, some of it of last year's. And so that's where I draw the line, distinguishing between campaign activity and stuff that's misleading about. So councillors have authority and they have the obligations of the code, but they also, their words carry authority in the public. And so they need, when they're speaking about the work of council, and that's how I look at this, it needs to be accurate and not misleading. And it's about the very nature of the code and the fact that people are permitted to bring forward complaints, including other council members. That cannot be set aside just because there's an election campaign. And those are the principles that I'm talking about here, Councillor Cartmell. Not, taking a position on issues. It's the again, the attack on other councillors and the code that I'm concerned about.
Thank you. One other question. There was questions earlier this afternoon about other processes with other bodies seemingly having more rigor because they could impose a financial penalty. I believe that this process can ultimately impose a financial penalty if it rises to that level of recommended sanction. Is that not correct?
And I believe I answered that, where that's possible. And I also answered that this did have the same rigor in my view. It's just a different process, right? And we've picked a different process. It's a process that's typical for this type of activity, but it's not without rigor. And yeah, I don't, as I said, it's possible that the reason why I say it's possible, and I don't mean to be confusing, is the sanctions are cumulative. And so in the future, if they kept accumulating, and if the sanctions even changed to something where somebody could have a financial implication, you would look at the accumulation of the number of violations. So there's always a possibility that there could be in the future some type of financial implication. So I can't say it's zero.
A councillor that has complaints against them may have the financial burden of legal counsel, legal representation, the time and effort it takes to address these concerns or address a complaint against, all of those have implications. This process is not without implication or of lesser implication simply because it's different. Is that fair to say?
Agreed, completely.
Yeah.
Completely.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll take back the chair.
All yours.
Thank you. I see no other persons on the board, checking both boards. Seeing none, then we'll move to the next stage of our process, and that will be submissions by the responding councillor or council. And I believe we have Mr. Dennis on the line.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Cartmell. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, and I wish to thank all of you members of council and your staff for accommodation in hearing me by virtual means today. As Councillor Cartmell has indicated, my submissions are on behalf of Councillor Mike Nicol. We have previously submitted our written response on June 8th, 2021, and rely upon the same, but wish to make some additional oral submissions today and wish to thank members of council for this opportunity. I first wish to state at no time in my written or oral submissions have I ever suggested expressly or by implication that I believe this is a criminal proceeding. And for the record, I do not. As you remember, this is not the first time that Councillor Nicol has been investigated by Integrity Commissioner Pytel, and it's not the first time the Integrity Commissioner has found that Councillor Nicol was deserving of sanction. I'm also sure that I need not remind members of council that the last two times Councillor Nicol was in front of you for these types of complaints, it was declined that Councillor Nicol's conduct was found to be deserving of sanctions. Respectfully, many of these same issues are now being brought up a second time. And as I mentioned, this is a continuation of our submissions from June 24th, when time did not permit for the addressing of the second issue. The complainants that the investigator recommends you sanction Councillor Nicol on relate to the reposting of a cartoon on social media, which was already found not to be deserving of sanction on September 2nd, 2020. For the reasons that follow, I ask that you respectfully reject sanctioning Councillor Nicol. Importantly, this is the second review against Councillor Nicol over the course of the year, which we do submit as truthful, indicating our calculations that has cost taxpayers over $100,000 over several social media posts. And I refer you to page 5 and 6 of our written submissions for further details. The issue before you today stems from two posts that Councillor Nicol made on his social media pages. The investigator found that these posts were retaliatory against Councillor Knack and therefore a violation of the Code of Conduct. Our response to these findings is twofold. Firstly, the purpose of the Code of Conduct has never been and never will be to police political speech. And I will state it bluntly, the Constitution applies to each one of us, and doing so in our respectful submission would be unconstitutional. Secondly, of greater concern, one of these complaints appears to have been emanated by a member of City Council himself, an individual who is currently sitting in the seat that Councillor Nicol is running for. This complaint, in our view, is a colorable attempt to discredit Councillor Nicol in the public eye. And to each one of you, I ask, how would you feel if these things came to light to discredit you or your efforts? How would any of you feel if your political opponents could play these games against you? In my view, it is wrong. It is also true that the only witness interviewed by the Integrity Commissioner when investigating these complaints was Councillor Knack himself, the very person who Councillor Nicol is accused of intimidating. If this does not appear suspicious to you, I would suggest that you may wish to revisit this because it does to us. Credit where credit is due. I must commend Mayor Iveson for yielding the chair today. This was the right thing to do. But in any event, it is our submission that both Mayor Iveson and Councillor Knack should be duty-bound to recuse himself from also voting on the sanctions today, as they are both witnesses. And I refer you to page 5 of our written submissions for further details. In support thereof, I cite the Supreme Court of Canada in Lapointe v. Messier, and I apologize for my French, going back to 1914. And the quote is, "The members of council should have no interest or bias in their judgments in deciding what is for the public good. Members of a town council, and I would submit that this also applies to a city council, should be advised to keep themselves absolutely free from the possibility, and I state again, the possibility of any imputation in this respect. In Canada, accusers can also not be the judge and jury. There needs to be impartiality. And that would be wrong, and it's something that we obviously have to avoid. And I would suggest that it's not just avoiding the lack of impartiality, but it's also avoiding the perception thereof. In support thereof, former NDP leader and former Edmonton City Councillor Brian Mason said on Twitter on June 24th, quote, "By attempting to place controls on the political behavior of municipal politicians, however unseemly, and making their adversaries the judge of it, the code of conduct is flawed and constitutes a serious breach of council. If there is any chill we should be afraid of, it's the chill of the free expression of public officials." Further to the investigators' findings that Councillor Nicol was intimidating Councillor Knack through social media posts, despite the patent conflict in the primary complainant and sole witness, the information provided in these posts is in fact factual. These posts were made with the purpose of shedding light on the immense expenditure that this Integrity Commissioner and certain members of council seem willing to spend on the investigations into another council's behavior. There is no intention to intimidate, and no evidence was presented rather than a vague assertion. Councillor Nicol's allegations are supported by the following facts. The budget for the Office of the Integrity Commissioner is $150,000 per reporting period, which is from September 3rd to September 3rd of each year. From 2019 to 2020, this office spent a total of $132,000 in change. The Integrity Commissioner's report was brought to council on October 19th, 2020, stating 20 complaints, of which only 12 ended in investigation. Prior to this, there was another annual report. Budget was $185,000. The total was spent $132,000. And it's noteworthy that of the 6 complaints that went to the investigation, at least 2 were made against Councillor Nicol. The Integrity Commissioner has proposed sanctioning Councillor Nichols is simply doing his job as a public figure and bringing to light truthful facts in terms of the expenditure of their taxes. It's not something that should be scrutinized, and this is nothing more than an attempt by Mike Nichols' opponents to discredit him in light of a mayoral campaign. We should not be restricting political speech, but encouraging it. The true test of our response is not when we agree with something, but when we disagree with it. Our Supreme Court has endorsed the following statement. The essence of marketplace of ideas is that control and regulation of expression is intolerable because we can trust no government to know the truth. Those who purport to legislate the truth invariably turn out to be tyrants. The marketplace of ideas argument prescribes an open process precisely because we cannot agree on what is the truth. I will submit that it is in fact the duty of public officials to engage both their supporters and detractors to facilitate dialogue. The irony is by seeking to censure, meaning to express disapproval of Councillor Nicol, as well as to censor him from making further comments. We live in a robust democracy where many differing views and opinions are offered. The proper form of institutional choice for matters like this is not before council, but in the political process. I submit to you that if you don't like Councillor Nicol, that's your right. Don't vote for him. Support another candidate. Tell people why you feel that way. That is your right. But again, the proper forum is the political process and not abusing taxpayers' resources in an attempt to discredit it. It is respectfully submitted that any sanction against Councillor Nicol will set a dangerous precedent that city councillors cannot represent their constituents as they see best and will have a chilling effect on the freedom of expression, which is at the core of our very democracy. Further, sanctioning Councillor Nicol's campaign and him as a candidate is, in our view, an unlawful overreach of city council's power, and this precedent could have very far-reaching effects. As such, any proposed sanctions, in our view, must be rejected in its entirety. Long has Councillor Nicol spoken about bias in this chamber. One set of rules for his opponents and their friends, another set of rules for him. Today, this has never been more evident. On June 24th, Councillor Walters called Councillor Nicol a mother blank, and I will not repeat the expletive with respect to the decorum of this chamber, who needed to be hospitalized. This is entirely inappropriate, but where's the outrage? Where are the complaints? Where are the proposed sanctions? Where is the tweet about decorum and respect? None of these are anywhere. Mr. Nicol has always been respectful in the chamber, but as soon as he publicly questions where $100,000 of taxpayers' money went, more code of conduct complaints are filed. This entire investigation is not about a code of conduct. It is a political stunt to stop Mike Nicol's mayoral campaign. I wish you the best of luck. I know Mike Nicol personally. He's not the type of person to be easily intimidated. Those are our sanctions. Those are our comments, and I will be respectfully declining questions today and signing off. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. I suppose then that we do not have the opportunity to move to questions. We do not have any public speakers that I'm aware of, so there'll be no submissions from public speakers.
That's correct.
So then we are now at the point in the process where a motion can be put on the floor. I have Councillor Henderson on the board.
Oh, I just was wondering if Mr. Dennis was here to answer questions on behalf of his client or not. I don't know. Either way, I'm okay. I was going to ask questions, but I don't need to.
I believe he has left the meeting. And he's no longer with us, so I don't think he's here to answer any questions.
Yeah,
right.
Councillor, I would take that as a sign he's not going to answer any questions. Council can factor that into its decision or not as it so desires.
Okay. Unfortunate, given the question that Ms. Pytel was suggesting I should ask him, but that's all right.
Mayor Iveson.
I'll move the recommended sanction of censure.
I'll second.
I'll speak to it. So we are not here today because I filed a complaint under our code of conduct. Beware of that argument, as that is blame shifting. which is just a strategy for evading responsibility for one's choices and actions. In any case, there is also a civilian complaint on this matter as well. The reason we're here is because of a very problematic pattern of behavior from one of our colleagues, which needs to finally be held to account. Now, the question was raised as to why the staff member who had filed the original, one of the 10 original complaints last year, didn't file the complaint. And I'll address that in a moment. But first, the findings are clear, and there is no contrition from the respondent councillor. So it is now time for this council to take a stand for workplace safety and for decorum. And this is not about free speech. When speech includes misinformation and intimidation, it is unprofessional and it is damaging and clearly contrary to our unanimously adopted code of conduct. So whether we uphold that standard today or not, council risks sending a very mixed signal concerning expectations for safety and decorum in our workplace, and I'll have more to say about that as well. Now, I do want to address this question of bias in the process, which keeps coming up. Our job is not to have no bias, but rather to be aware of it when passing judgment, in this case on a sanction, and whether it's appropriate. And remember that the inherent difficulty of judging these matters is why we have an independent integrity commissioner who investigates any matter and independently recommends a sanction. Her independence is the mitigation for the fact that we are all close to this. Indeed, several members of this council have been the target of online bullying from our colleague. So it is impossible not to have some strong feelings about these matters. But that is not a good reason not to take a stand. So let's unpack this a little more. Notwithstanding that Councillor Knack has been the target of repeated belittlement, misrepresentation, intimidation, and disrespect, bordering on harassment, he has never filed a complaint. Though he would have been well within his rights to do so, but he never has, and yet he is still facing further harassment from the respondent councillor. Several other members of council have also been harassed and disrespected over the past year, including quite recently. Now, those instances are not before us here today, along with the previous code complaints cited by the Integrity Commissioner. They do speak to a pattern of persistently disrespectful and unprofessional conduct, which now needs a response from this assembly. Indeed, even fear of retribution could be a source of bias, one could argue. And in fact, what's at issue here is a clear case of retaliation under the code. So I understand why some would prefer that I hadn't brought this complaint forward, and I understand that this is very awkward to have to pass judgment on a member of this council. Again, the question was raised as to whether it was appropriate for me to file this complaint and why the staff member didn't complain. But put simply, she was afraid of retribution. So in consultation with her and with Councillor Knack, I offered to file the complaint. Indeed, it can be scary to take a stand against a bully. But that is really all I am asking you to do here today. Now, bullies often play the victim in these situations and blame others for the consequences they face. It's the mayor's fault that we're here. The mayor is wasting public money. The mayor is just settling a score. Now, I am, of course, as disappointed as anyone by all of this conduct, but this is not about me. I am not, after all, his political opponent. I'm retiring. We are here because of the behaviors that are way offside given our code of conduct. And in my role as mayor and chair of this council, I'm responsible for decorum here. And my tools, though, are very limited. But it seems clear to me that these behaviors crossed a line when they targeted a councillor staff member and given the retaliation directed towards that councillor in their office. As I said, I'm responsible for maintaining decorum on this council, but paradoxically, I cannot do that alone. So I'm asking you to take a stand and to censure this behavior, to send a clear signal to Edmontonians and to councils present and future on what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior for any member of our council. Put simply, the line must be drawn here. A vote against censure is a vote against accountability. Voting no condones this troubling behavior, so please consider your vote carefully.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, I regret I couldn't ask this question of Councillor Nicol or Mr. Dennis. But what worries me is that we were here a year ago, and a number of things were said at the time for the way people voted, which were based on the fact that the point had been made, and that the behavior had been called out, and we didn't need to do anything about it. And here we are a year later, and clearly, clearly it wasn't made. And we're not here judging. We created an independent person to apply our code of conduct and tell us whether somebody was in breach or not. And 3 times now, we've been told that in actual fact, that independent person has considered them in breach. So either we believe in our code of conduct or we don't. And you know, what strikes me about Mr. Dennis's response on behalf of Councillor Nicol is it's pretty clear they don't agree with the code of conduct. The defense was entirely about whether or not this was a breach or not, and we have been told by an independent party that it was. So I worry right now about what this code will mean to us if we continue to say it's okay to be in breach of it, because we've been told 3 times that somebody has been in breach of that code. And either we need to revisit the code and say we don't really mean it, or we need to stand by it. Because I'm even more worried about the fact that this particular person clearly does not believe in the code and has told us that in no uncertain terms now 3 times. The code that we all voted for and accepted. I'm also particularly concerned about this question of intimidation. And I'll just tell a story about that, because it can have consequences. It can have consequences to democracy. It would be in my first year, and some people are still around the table who remember this. We had a particularly heated conversation in here, and I won't name the councillor that did this, who came after the conversation and stood behind my chair and yelled at me. And nobody stood up in defense of me at that time, including the chair. And the result was, in order to try and diffuse the situation, I was the one that ended up stepping forward and apologizing, and I did not participate in the rest of that meeting. And that was not fair to my constituents. That was not fair to the people who elected me. And that's the consequence that kind of bullying can have. Now, I'm okay with that particular councillor, always good in the end. I tell it as a story not against them, but about what the consequences of this is. And I'm remembering someone saying to me in this chamber, when I did something after the whole incident with Councillor Knack happened the first time, be careful what you say, you're going to end up in Facebook. You're going to end up being targeted. Now, I didn't let it affect me. I'm many years further on. But those are real fears, and when you start second guessing yourself because what you think one of our other colleagues may do outside of this chamber in order to belittle you and make fun of you and tell half-truths about you, that has an effect on the decisions we make in here, and that's deeply problematic. And I think for those reasons, I do not want to be here. I said that a week ago. I hate the fact that we're having to do this. I like Councillor Nicol. This is not personal, but I'm really worried we're in a situation here where we are inadvertently saying that we don't believe in our code and that this is inconsequential behavior. And I know Councillor Knack has a tough skin, and he's been really, really, I think, good about this, and I'm not particularly worried for him. But we have new councillors coming in here, and they will, if this is the kind of behavior that we're prepared to condone, it will have consequences to the way we govern this city. And it will continue to bring the level of discourse we have and the level of ways we talk about each other and have good, healthy debate down. And if Councillor Nicol cannot recognize that, we cannot condone it. And I would like nothing more than him to be able to recognize it and we can move on, but that's not the message we're getting back. And I really worry if we don't follow through on this and say that we think that this cannot be the way we operate in here if we are going to govern well and do what we're supposed to do for the citizens of this city. If we're not prepared to say that, then we're going to go into a spiral, and we are going to have to go back and open up that whole code of conduct and say we didn't really mean it. And let's not kid ourselves, this has consequences. And it's one of the reasons I was prepared to support the code of conduct at the time, because I remember what it felt like to be in here in my first 6 months and have that happen to me. So I'm out of time. I urge you, I think we have to stand up and say we stand by our code of conduct in this circumstance, as uncomfortable and as unpleasant as it is.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cartmell. I fear I might be wasting my breath, but I guess I want to speak for myself and for the young woman in Councillor Knack's office, Councillor Knack, and others who feel quite strongly about, I think, civil discourse, which I fear has maybe never totally been in fashion, but we should always strive towards a world where we can have healthy debate without character assassination, without throwing out false facts and having them accepted. It's social media and Donald Trump in particular have put us into a sort of a post-fact world. And I'd like to think that in this little remaining bastion of democracy we hold so dear, that we would see that as really important. And I've noticed over the last year or so that I've had to deal with some really, really upset and frankly, at times rude constituents. And I think to myself after, I wonder what that's all about. But I think part of it is politicians set themselves up for that. Because, you know, more in question periods in parliament and legislatures where we see character assassination and very strong condemnation of people and party all the time. You know, I really respect everybody on this council. And I remember one day talking to Councillor Nicoll. He came into my office, we were chatting, and he said, I know you hate me. And I said, Mike, that's totally not true. In fact, Mike and I got to know each other a little bit better earlier this term, and I came to understand him a lot better and empathize with his background and some of the issues and challenges he was facing at the time. And he really became much more of a human being to me. And yet what I see is sort of this caricature that he portrays on social media with implications for this place, this level of democracy, for administration, and for specific individuals who've already been named. You know, I was on that Code of Conduct Committee, and we did a lot of work on that, and I know the clerks did a ton of work getting us ready for that. I think it's a fair and worthy code that we have before us to establish better rapport and relationships amongst us, but also to say to the community, we hold ourselves to a level of integrity and civil discourse, and we see that as really important. And it has been mentioned many times, it passed council unanimously. This will be the third sanction hearing that we've had, all involving Councillor Nicoll, unfortunately, and the last two were rejected. There's a bit of a high bar on the voting, and that's probably as it should be. But I have no real doubt that the Integrity Commissioner we've hired is an absolute subject matter expert and does this with no possible bias against the individual. And like Councillor Henderson, I wonder when we are going to, as a city council, stand up for our code of conduct. And I was going down a line of questioning earlier about professional associations and colleges and their processes, which the sanctions can be extremely serious, like being put out of work permanently. This is a censure. This is saying, perhaps more symbolically than anything else, we stand by our code. We believe in civil discourse. We believe that city council members should act with integrity. And that's what we're standing up here. That's what we're voting for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Esslinger?
Thank you. I don't think I'll be as eloquent as Councillor McKean. But as I consider this, on one hand, we're facing what to do today. And I've been asked the question many, many times from women wanting to run for office, afraid of what's going to happen to them within office. You know, and it's one thing if they're going to receive rebuke or comments from the public, but from our own colleagues is another level. I look at this and there is a fair process that was engaged on a code of conduct that we all agreed to. And what I heard earlier is, was it reasonable for us to do sanctions based on what we've heard? And I believe that it is reasonable. I think, as Councillor McKean says, we do need to stand up for our code of conduct. Or as the Integrity Commissioner had mentioned, it takes the knees from under it and we need to really revisit it. And it's really not about us as much as this is the office that we are, the office of a councillor that we are taking very seriously and holding each other to that standard. Some of us don't want to impose sanctions because we don't want anyone to turn around and vote against us. And the reality is we're taking this so seriously that I think we really have to abide by our own code and go forward with sanction. Now, some would say it's because we're coming up to an election, so the electorate can make their own decision. But we work for them, we represent them, and I think we're duty bound to go forward at this point, to say we take our code seriously and we will abide by it. So in that case, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Well, again, like all of us, it's a very uncomfortable position. But when I look at the totality of this whole situation, it is, as far as finding of the guilt, whatever you want to call it, or the ruling is concerned, Ms. Peitel has done a tremendous job. And she gave us her findings and also the possible penalty that comes along with it. It ranges from the lowest, do nothing, and sanctions is the harsher one, I guess. And what is the appropriate penalty? I don't know how you actually decide that. I mean, I never been on this kind of so-called judicial proceedings where I decide the penalty, but if I look at the totality of the whole thing, to me, it is there's not much time in this term. That doesn't mean to say that we should let everything go, but at the same time, the damage that we could have caused by proceeding with these sanctions, I believe it's already done to somebody's reputation. But again, it will be up to the voters whether they wish to, I guess, acknowledge that or not. The other thing I am going to be speaking about is we do. There was a comment earlier that we don't want anyone to vote against us. Is I think it goes either ways. Whether you go with that or the opposite argument, it's the same. People are going to judge us from who we are and what we do. I totally agree. My only concern is that at this point in time, the findings of guilt are there already. He has been found that he breached the code. We're only deciding penalty. And in my view, the penalty, if we make it a harsher penalty or not that harsh penalty, it's immaterial, and it is more political than it needs to be. I know that at this point in time, there were quite a few questions not answered. I would have probably loved to have an answer for that, but I can't hold that against anybody. And I would basically, I am at this position right now that being close to this election process and minding that we are in the campaign mode right now, I don't think imposing anything harsher would be beneficial to anybody. So at this point in time, I'm not going to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks everyone for your comments. I wanted to offer just a few points, and I appreciate that folks have been sharing their thoughts and sort of providing comments for me. I'll say this: how I view this is not about me. It is about the work environment that we create for everyone who chooses to work with the City of Edmonton. So that is, to me, what we're being tasked with today, which is to determine if we believe that every person that works within the City of Edmonton, and truly any member of the public who might want to make sure we're being held to the standard that we set for ourselves, can do that in a safe way. Are they safe to publicly call any one of us out for behavior that they feel has not met the code that we've all agreed to? But particularly in a work environment, again, I'm saying this I'm not just talking about the staff that work in the office of the city councilors. I'm talking about every staff member that has chosen to work for the City of Edmonton, so the 14,000 or so people. And we often hear the phrase, actions speak louder than words, and I think this is a very fitting example of this. If we believe that a safe work environment is important and that people should be free to speak their mind in a respectful way and work at the City of Edmonton, then I believe we need to be able to show that we mean that by supporting that with our actions. Because I think if we vote no to this today, we send a very clear signal to everybody who has chosen to work with the City of Edmonton that they might not have that safety available to them. So that's what I think we should be really thinking about today when we're discussing this motion. It is serious, but it is serious because this is what we need to work on when it comes to creating a safe and healthy work environment. So that's how I would ask you to approach this vote today, for what you can, for your consideration today. Not about me. Don't think about me specifically. That's not important. it's important to think about everyone else that is working in the city and the message that our action will send today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Trying to find that mute button. Okay, well, it's been an interesting conversation, interesting debate. I don't think I've got a lot much to add about the idea of why this is important, and why we all signed on to this, why we all agreed to it, and why it was passed. I mean, this is the process we agreed to. Very simple. And once we're confronted with the process, suddenly there's a whole lot of questions. Okay, fair enough. And those are great questions for the future. But this, we are in currently the process that we agreed to. Was there a code of conduct concern? Was it broken? Yes, that's not a question. So should there be some form of consequence from council? Well, that is also in the conduct. That's why we're here today. Some people are going to say no, some people are going to say yes, and you have various motivations for each. My hope is that the greatest motivation that drives us is the motivation to serve the public, not to serve people in power, not to protect people in power, but to protect and serve the public, the people who entrust us with power. That's what I hope. And I get it. These are serious conversations. We're in serious times. I get that. I understand that. And I'd have compassion for that. I've got a 10-year-old tuned in, watching today. There are people across the city tuned in, watching today. And what do we tell them about the importance and value of good behavior and of truth? And to me, it's that simple. And I feel very passionate about this. I made a commitment to serve as best I can. This is how I'm seeing the best service I can provide to the city of Edmonton. All legalistic arguments aside, following the rules of our own code of conduct. Do we follow those rules or not? Now, here's the thing. If the vote is ultimately that there is no consequence, that is still following the rules that we set out. And that's completely legitimate. And that's what I hope people understand. But beyond the rules, there's also the spirit and intent of things. And spirit and intent matters. Oh, it matters. And it says a lot. And it communicates what this council feels is important and what this council feels is worthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Henderson, if you could take the chair.
Will do.
So I will confess to a considerable amount of conflict today. I hear my colleagues speaking about whether it's the spirit of the code or essentially that we have a code of expected behavior. They would like to see that code upheld and supported. And the conflict I have is not with necessarily the expected behavior. I think, at least there was, pretty unanimous agreement on what the behavior was. The conflict I feel is that the process by which we hold people to account, I don't think passed muster. I don't want to be glib about this, but I feel we essentially have a report where the Integrity Commissioner is offering evidence and then is investigating that evidence and then is judging that investigation. And struggle with that. I don't think that process passes muster. Part of this process is that we have two members of this council who offer evidence, but then have the opportunity to sit in judgment of that evidence. And not just the opportunity, but the legal right under the MGA to offer a vote. And I'm not suggesting anyone necessarily has a bias, but there becomes, a dispassionate, objective third party is going to be concerned that the process does not ensure that all bias is eliminated from the decisions made. And I find that those structures are in conflict with our code. A second point of conflict I have is that a vote against this sanction will be interpreted by some as support of Councillor Nicol and his actions. And I am really, really struggling with that. I do not want to be counted in that group. I'm getting really tired of this. I do not understand how a person wants to be elected to lead a particular body and yet has such disdain not only for that body but for the people that make it up. I cannot square that circle. I cannot understand that. I cannot understand that in coming off of these past couple of years where we're going to need collaboration and collegial work and work towards consensus in a model that is deliberately meant to be nonpartisan, where we bring these partisan views to bear. I don't know how that works. I don't know how you campaign on the idea that cooperation and collaboration and group effort is going to be required, and then continually demonstrate that you don't have the capacity to do it. And I'm really concerned by that. I'm concerned that a no vote against this sanction is being seen to endorse that, and I'm concerned about that. But perhaps the highest point of conflict for me is that a person, a youth very close to me, had a very negative encounter with a person of the opposite gender and is now experiencing all kinds of turmoil because there is no remedy for that in that particular situation. Ultimately, if this does not pass muster, if this sanction were to pass and it goes to a higher authority and these processes are tested, then that higher body can test. But I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I do think it's time to vote in favor of this sanction in support of what the code says, of what the code says about how you conduct yourself in public and how you represent this body in public, about how you represent my work, about how you attack my character simply because I sit here. I cannot be seen to be condoning that activity anymore. So I'll be voting in favor of this sanction. And if ultimately it's the process that got us here does not pass muster, then, which quite frankly I have a concern of, someone else can figure that out. I'll take the chair back.
All yours. Councillor
Caterina.
Thank you, and I'll keep this fairly short. The instructions were that we were not to question the integrity commissioner and the findings, and I think we all agree to that her findings were correct, and that's not up for discussion. What's up for discussion is the severity of the sanctions and whether those actions were warranted or not. So we have options of 0 sanctions to 1 or 2 or 3, whatever the choices are. So that's fine. So we're being judged, or we're judging based on the finding of guilt, but now presenting what we think is a fair sanction or a fair punishment for that guilt. But that will be misconstrued regardless, as it was the last time and the time before, where we agreed to exactly the same thing. But those that didn't feel that the violation was severe enough for the sanction being recommended were roasted by many because they didn't understand our role in this. And today as well too, I find myself, I wish that I hadn't heard it this way, but from a number of speakers before me, that we are here today because of applying the code of conduct. And if we vote no, that means that we don't care about 14,000 employees. The framing of this is really should be investigated by the Integrity Commissioner. Somebody should file a complaint about that, labeling no voters as being somehow sanctioning or condoning Councillor Nichols' actions. And I think that's been well established that nobody condones it. But whether the severity of the sanction being called for is warranted or not. So, in my view, I do care for that female employee. I do care for counselors. I do care for the 14,000, but that's not what I'm here for. And I don't feel like I have to explain that. But when I hear speakers say that if you vote no to this, that means you have no feelings for anybody else. That's a complaint in itself worth investigating. So public shaming is not going to make my decision go one way or the other. And I've said that many times, and I've said it at every election, that you can try and public shame me to doing something that you think is right, but I think is wrong, or I think is right, and you think is wrong. It'll never work as far as I'm concerned. The sanction being recommended today is censure. The one recommended prior was a letter of reprimand. I think that this has all been public up until now, and those voting one way or the other, whichever way you vote, you're going to get criticism from someone somewhere that they're not happy with your vote. We were all elected to make up our own minds, and in my mind, this again does not rise to the level of censure, and that these infractions are still, in my view, not resolved as far as whether it was a campaign cartoon or counselor cartoon. Ms. Pytel, and she has every right, has her opinion, and the other side has their opinion, and we are here as the judges. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't meet that censure requirement. And I think that all of this has been made so public to this point that I think one way or the other, regardless of censure or not, the public will make that final determination. And I just, don't like the way that this has been worded or this has been framed by some of the speakers, that those who vote contrary to their views don't care about anything else and support Councillor Nicol in whatever endeavor is doing. That's completely wrong. And I, for one, would take offense to that, and I do, but I'll say that now, that I will not support this censure, not because of the person or the process. This, in my mind, doesn't meet that requirement at this point, and so I'll be voting no as before. And I do care about the 14,000 city employees that I work with, and I conduct myself accordingly and don't have to explain it to anybody here.
Thank you. Councillor Zadok.
Thank you. Well, this point's been made several times, but just to reiterate, the Integrity Commissioner made her findings. The vote right now is merely about penalty. So at this point, I ask myself, what will censure do? Or what would an apology do? Like, really, what would an apology do in this situation? I really want to tone down rhetoric on this council, not accelerate it. We're at a fork in the road where it's unknown which path a yes or a no vote will take it down. I've long been a private critic of our culture on this council, and I want to improve it. But I really don't know what censure will do in this case so close to an election. Consistent with past votes, I'll be voting no. And I think that the public should decide with the upcoming election. That's all.
Thank you. I see no other speakers on the board, and I just want to check. I have a process question. I do not believe that the mover of the motion has an opportunity to close. It's just 5 minutes per councillor per our process.
It's regular debate on the motions. It proceeds as normal as part of the procedures and committees bylaw.
Very good. Okay. Then Mayor Iveson to close.
If there's nothing further, yeah, shouldn't need the full time. So I hear the argument that the damage is already done. In essence, Mr. Dennis made that argument when he said that council declined to uphold the previous complaints on the other two occasions, which I would have liked to have asked him about, because council did not in fact do that. Council didn't strike the complaints or in any way undermine the findings of the commissioner, and yet that is very much the impression that is out there. And rightly or wrongly, that is the significance of the sanctioning decision. And council's failure to sanction previously, requiring 2/3, notwithstanding a majority of members of council found the conduct discreditable, and many people who have voted against sanction have said that they find the conduct discreditable. The perception is, right or wrong, that if council doesn't sanction, that there is some vindication. In fact, that there was a press conference held to that effect by the respondent councillor previously. As to the question of what would be the impact, symbols matter, and quite apart from the timing here, this is a cultural moment. This is a chance for us to decide whether there are rules or whether there are not. And we can leave that up to the electorate to decide, and I trust that they will in their own way. But elections are a long ways apart. And council will be faced with these questions in the future if similar behavior is presented. And so some expectation needs to be made clear at some point as to what's acceptable conduct here towards fellow councillors and towards staff. And at the end of the day, I mean, a censure is a strong statement. That is all it is. It has the effect of saying this behavior is condemnable. And an apology is, a request for an apology is not before us, a letter of reprimand is not before us, a censure is what is. Doesn't sound like we're going to get the votes at the required 2/3 majority to do there, but I do want to thank the members of council who have stood up today in their comments against bullying behavior and who stand clearly and squarely for workplace safety at the City of Edmonton, here at City Hall particularly, who stood up for our council's code of conduct. And even if council, once again, can't reach the 9 votes required to confirm the Integrity Commissioner's recommended censure. So please vote yes.
Thank you. Please vote.
No for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We're just sending the vote out just now. We've recorded your vote. We're still
No
waiting.
for me.
Sorry?
No for me.
I do believe your vote was recorded electronically, and just confirming. Thank you, Councillor Banga. We're still waiting on 2 more votes. Councillor Paquette?
My vote is still submitting. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, and Councillor Hamilton.
I'm a yes, thank you.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
please display the vote? That is defeated 8-3. I'll return the chair.
Thank you for steering, Councillor Cartmell. Okay, back to Reimagine Services update. I am going to suggest, what are we, 15 minutes away from the break? Would anyone object to taking the break first? Can just take a breath here and then come back a little bit sooner. Has anyone got a conflict scheduling wise with something sharp at 3:30? This might be a good idea to take a breath here.
Good suggestion.
Pardon me?
Good suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Maybe I can get a motion to change orders to move up the break by 15 minutes?
I'll move to do so to make the break from 3:16 to 3:31.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Banga. I'll just test unanimous consent. Any objections? Not seeing any? Okay, that's the will of council. We'll check back in just after 3:30. Good afternoon, and we'll roll call in just a moment here. I see most of the folks on the screen, so let me just get my sheet. We'll roll call in a sec. Councillor Banga.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Caterina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Zadek.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Essinger.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Henderson.
Afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor McKean.
Present.
Councillor Nickel.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So carrying on with questions on Reimagine, we've got Councillor Caterina next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and yeah, it's been a while here since I thought about the question. So, Mr. Corbo, I understand what you've asked for direction today on some items and on not so much on some others. I was going to ask you for items 14, 15, and 16, all pertaining to fire service. If there is, what is the downside of not making a decision on those three today and offering an opportunity to maybe go back and understand a few of the issues a little bit better, especially with the pilot project and the medical units. I think the number 16 refers to capital, and given that we're discussing offsite levies and how that's going to affect construction of new fire stations and that, does that still need to be part of this Reimagine work, or do we have some leeway here to make sure that everybody understands what we're talking about as far as fire is concerned, on their perception of it, the chief's perception of it, what you've heard, what many of us have heard, and the conflict that still seems to be there, so we can actually iron this out?
Well, I don't believe there is huge conflict out there, but if we delay by a few weeks, I don't think there's any great downside to that. If we delay by 6 months, a year, 2 years, then I think it'll just be a lost opportunity.
Yeah, no, and that's not the time frame is just a very short period of time to understand the differences that are being discussed. And I don't know if you could answer this, Mr. Corbo. Is it reasonable to ask that both administration, fire chief, the union, in the same room along with council or some councillors be present, so we actually hear from all of the participants on these items at the same time? Because what we're hearing now, and that's my confusion, is I hear from you is one version, I hear from the fire chief is another version, and I hear from the union representation that's another version. So if there's an opportunity there, or even to the city clerk, if that's even possible to have that type of discussion with everybody present at the same time.
Well, I believe that's what you've hired me to do, is to lead the city and make these administrative decisions.
Okay.
And so I will sit in whatever room I can to talk to anybody I can, but I believe it is city administration's job to do that. I've met with the union several times. I will continue to meet with the EFFU in particular on this. And whether or not we get told to proceed or not to proceed with these three ideas, either way, we've got to have several chats with the EFFU and, of course, the fire chief to move forward. And as I indicated before, none of these, there will be time to, say no to these at a future budget item as well. So.
Okay, and I'm respectfully asking that question because I agree. You have the authority to do this. I just wanted to know whether that suggestion would actually be beneficial or not. Because at this point in time, if I was to blanket approve this, I would have to say no to everything because of medical response units that I don't agree with at this point, because of the clarification that I need to make that decision.
Yeah, and I believe that I'll be having more of those meetings and discussions as well. Whether it's appropriate to have that in a council meeting, I just defer to the clerk on that.
Okay, so maybe a few seconds left here, Mr. Corbo. What's the timing on that particular issue in particular? Not talking about all the recommendations here, but on those particular issues that deal with fire. Because that is the highest risk that I see, is getting something wrong here. The risk to fire and to the citizens is greater than parking at parks, for example.
Yeah, so there's absolutely no, and the report's pretty clear in terms of the timing. The pilot would not start before the year 2022. So we have at least 8 months, if I've got my calendar right, before we would implement this. And of course, a future council, as part of the budgetary process or whatever process, could also at any time tell us not to proceed between now and then. So the timings on these are all 2022 timings. And so I think between the time we have now and then, I think we'll be able to sort a lot of the concerns that you've heard from EFFU. And if they would share those concerns with me, I'm happy to chat with them directly as well.
Thank you, Mr. Corbo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, maybe just, and I know you've sort of answered this, but given this kind of question, a kind of process check-in, at this point, if we say no, you're going to stop working on stuff. If we say yes, it doesn't mean it happens. It means you're going to flesh out the next stage, correct?
Yeah, I would say very much and it's not about saying no or yes. It's if you say no, I will stop working on it and won't do any more work on it.
So we wouldn't be able to answer. If we say no, we're not going to be able to answer these questions. If we say yes, it's going to have to come back to council, I'm guessing, a number of times.
Yeah, that's correct.
So would you need, for some of the ones where we're going maybe, would you need a different flag, or are they all sort of in the maybe category?
No, because as long as I don't get a no, I will continue to move on these, and you'll get another opportunity to say no as part of the fall budget. I don't need a yes, I guess is what I'm saying.
You'd like a no because you don't want to spend an awful lot of effort working on stuff that
That's
we're going to
correct,
say no
Councillor.
to
We don't want to go
later.
down a road that council absolutely does not want us to pursue or to go down.
So if it's something we think should be considered but needs more work, we should probably not say no today.
That would be my advice.
Yeah, and everything else is just sort of received for information. Unless
Yeah.
we say no, you're receiving it for information, and you're going to do the kind of work that Councillor Caterina is suggesting.
That's correct, Councillor, and you'll have a clear opportunity to engage at the fall budget discussion for sure.
Somebody will, yeah.
Which is, the council will, yes, well before 2022.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
So, picking up right there, all that's before us is information. There aren't decision points, but there is this invitation if council wants you to stop work. Stop work on any of these at this point would have potential budget implications, not in this current year though, just so I'm clear. They would all be 22 and beyond.
That's correct, Your Worship. And I would also add that if we get told to stop work on a particular activity, that will probably cause us to look at other options before the fall to bring forward to council for consideration.
Because you'll still try to meet the budget gap by all other means necessary besides a tax increase. That's kind of what you've been working to avoid, or a higher tax increase than what's forecast right now.
That's correct.
Whatever it stands at for 2022. What does it stand at for 2022 right now?
1.8%.
1.8.
And of course, I would just simply add that, we haven't sorted out all the potential COVID problems still in 2022, which causes me further concern about the uncertainty because I can't guarantee yet, for example, transit revenue returning
There's
to
a
its
transit.
normal.
There's a transit gap equivalent to almost 3% if it was ongoing. So a lot of things to shake out yet, absent Safe Restart 2.0 operating support, particularly for transit. So that's fair. So that's how we get here. The motion that's actually on the floor before us here pertains to parking specifically. And the way it's structured is that it be removed from Reimagine Services. Now, that is a pilot related to parking fees in parks particularly. I wanted just a bit of context for how that sits in the larger parking review that's ongoing, because I just want to make sure that even if it's the will of council to say, either pause that pilot for now or do something, that we don't inadvertently say, don't proceed with this ever. and miss an opportunity to do good demand management where we have congestion issues, need turnover, have parasitic parking issues, and so on and so forth. So I guess really what I'm asking for is an interpretation of the motion that's on the floor, and whether it needs any clarification to say, okay, you know, don't proceed with the pilot at this point, but don't be afraid to bring some of those more complex policy questions back to us as part of the larger parking review.
Yeah, I think they're two separate items. I think this is a very clear and focused action item for 5 particular locations. I don't think asking us to not do this, we would still bring the other policy recommendations forward to council that we've been asked to do on all the other parking related initiatives.
I'm just trying to understand, you know, this may well be represented as this will never happen. And so, I think there is a case to be made for some turnover measures, whether they're price-based or other measures, in particularly around Wittart, where there's an LRT station opening. Councillor Henderson flagged those questions 2 weeks ago. So I think, and we may need to, administration may need to address that when the train opens and not be hamstrung by this motion, I guess. So, so if your interpretation is that this discrete pilot is, just so I'm really clear, that this distinct pilot would be shelved by this motion, but that you will still be able and feel empowered to come back with other recommendations to deal with those larger issues, not just in parks, but around other areas where we have parking that needs to be managed differently, that may or may not have a revenue implication or a cost implication. Because we don't make a bunch of money off this either. This is more about ensuring turnover than making a ton of money for the city of Edmonton.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Sorry, that's my understanding. I'll just ask if Ms. McCabe wants to speak particularly to the policy work that is going forward regardless of the decision on this motion.
We're working on a parking action plan right now, and Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Parking is a really important policy lever that we will continue to look at in terms of how we implement the city plan, how we implement demand management, but also how we support businesses to have the right level of turnover at parking meters, as an example. So we're working on that and should be coming forward to committee in Q2 of 2022.
Q2 of 22. So maybe, dying seconds, question to the mover, if we could adjust this, if it'd be friendly, to pause or suspend examination of this until the larger parking action plan comes back.
My understanding is it just takes it out of this report, and if there's a future policy discussion, that's something else that will continue. So mine was the immediacy of this, because it was to start in 2022.
Okay, maybe a part 2 then, so I'll think of some wording as an amendment then, so. Okay, I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
And go to Councillor Henderson.
Strictly speaking, I wasn't sure. I didn't ask questions about the motion because I thought we were doing the general stuff first. So but strictly speaking, I'm on another round. So but I was holding my questions about the motion.
And we're on the second round, or are you on the third now?
I'd be on the third, I think.
Okay, we'll need a motion for another
I'll
round.
move another round.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Cartmel. No worries, no worries. I figured we were out of questions on the report, so I was going back to the motion, so. Are there any objections to another round of questions? Not seeing any. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, no, my apologies. I assumed we'd deal with the motion separately. Yeah, I mean, I wanted just, because it strikes me that of the three of the parking areas that you have on the list, I think there's an interesting rationale for doing something different with them, but it's not the rationale that's in the report. And the way we'd be structuring the fees doesn't make sense to me in terms of the real objectives, which is probably parasitic parking. You know, so, I mean, I just raised it because even Emily Murphy Park, I think, has real problems when the university's in with people down there. But if we were going to be dealing with that problem, we'd be charging during the day and making it free at night and on weekends, and we're doing the opposite of that. So I'm curious, and I think we don't yet have that issue with the Muttart parking lot or the Rafters Landing, but we're gonna when that LRT opens, hopefully before next summer. So I'm just wondering how we hold on to the questions about that piece of work, understanding probably we need to approach it with a different rationale. which is not about revenue. It's about dealing with other kind of problems in there, because I think they all make sense from that point of view. But if we're attempting to deal with that problem, we're going to come up with a different pricing structure. And I'm just wondering how we hold on to that piece of work without, and whether or not you need a motion or if it's worth doing that.
I don't believe we need one because of the other greater policy work being done, and if we get told to hold on this one now, we can certainly take that as part of the instruction, Councillor. I mean, your point's taken.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to say that this particular recommendation was very much based on revenue and so a different set of policies.
Yeah, because I think they're probably, I mean, it's very local, but understanding that Emily Murphy is in the same thing is not readily apparent to people, but I gather, during the day, there's a lot of people, and that's not in the university's interest to have people parking down there and walking up the hill. It doesn't get rid of any of the kind of traffic problems we have around the university or any of those kind of things. The university, I don't think wants that happening either. So I think those three make sense to me for entirely different reasons, but keeping them available on the weekends and in evenings and things like that, and I think is probably worth doing, even if we make them a little less easy to use for purposes they're not intended for. I mean, two of them will automatically come up, I think, with the LRT opening. I'm just not sure Emily Murphy will. So, okay, because I'm prepared to support this, understanding that it doesn't accidentally pull those out of the picture, recognizing we probably need to use a different lens in terms of what we're trying to do. Great, thank you. That helps.
Our understanding.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, the clerks have advised that clarity would be helpful on just the intent of the motion. So I'll go back to you, Councillor Esslinger. Your intent is to stop the pilot from proceeding?
Yes, it is, as described for financial purposes. It was clear to me that we'll take it out of the reimagined services to be implemented, but a future public parking conversation is something different, and it's referenced, but there's been no public engagement, so my intent was just to take it out of this for now, and there'll be a larger conversation in the future.
Okay.
I understand that's not until 2022.
Yeah.
But this was going to be implemented in 2022, so this is part one, and then we'll do the work and come back in 2022 for the council of the day.
Okay.
I haven't introduced it yet, but whenever you're ready, I can.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Then why don't we do that? Sorry, I thought it had been introduced the other week. I apologize. Go ahead.
We just had time to make it, and then we had other conversations. Really, I've heard from a variety of people on this particular issue that the concern about the impacts of having parking fees in any of our parks, the concern about the implications of having parking fees, for example, the TELUS World of Science, the community league nearby was worried about the impact. So doing this now without going a bigger public conversation about why it might be important and different reasons, I think we're not ready for that. So for me, it's not the time to be doing that until we've had that broader conversation. This was a financial recommendation, but I think public engagement on our policy would be important. Many are concerned, why 2 hours, not 3 hours? Some of the letters I've gotten would be, my family won't be able to go. We usually go on Sundays for 6 hours. If we have parking at TELUS World of Science, I won't be able to afford to go to TELUS World of Science. So I think there's other implications, and we need to work with those attractions and the surrounding communities. We're just not there yet. So at this time, I don't think it's wise to go forward until we've had those conversations.
Thank you. Further debate or specific questions on the motion? Still in order. Councillor Knack?
Just a quick question. So just so I'm understanding the process, this is a replacement motion essentially for receipt for information, correct?
In lieu of receipt of information, specific direction given would be pertaining to the parking, yes. Yes, so, yeah, it's in lieu of receipt of information, this is direction.
Okay, so therefore, yeah, I wouldn't mind speaking to it quickly, just because I didn't know if I was only speaking to this item or just more broadly, so.
Yeah, you can speak to both.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed you. Did you say I could go ahead?
Yeah, you can speak to both, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I'll support the motion. For all the reasons Councillor Etzinger said, I actually just wanted to come back to the broader Reimagine work, and I know it is a challenging body of work, and it is tense for a lot of folks who are seeing this. But I just want to say that I appreciate the work being done on this, recognizing the complexity that exists within this. We have tasked administration to regularly and in an ongoing way look for savings and look for new revenue sources and try to find new ways to cut costs. And it's probably worth saying out loud again, that's been happening for years upon years upon years. I mean, just our last budget, there was another reduction of around $54 million. So it is challenging to continuously come up with different ideas, and some of them won't be popular, and that's okay. But I appreciate that we're actually having the conversations on these, because I think even those, like, I've gotten some messages from people saying, well, how could an idea even come up? Well, it's because people regularly ask us to try to keep taxes down as low as possible, or cut taxes, or at least freeze taxes. So I think we are going to need to be willing to look at a wide variety of options like this. This is one. This particular change on the parking, I don't support for the reasons that have been raised. But I am happy to see continued work. I think it is worth just saying, as we go forward on continued tough conversations, and I've heard that those conversations are happening with, groups like our union partners. Let's make sure that that is happening on a very collaborative way to try to help find solutions that can be beneficial for everyone. But again, we're going to have to keep doing this. We're going to have to find, there's going to be different things like this over the coming years for future councils to decide. And I think the other question that had come up a bit is related to the cost of doing this work. And I would say, again, as a city, we have done that work internally too. The program and service review is a pretty substantial body of work over a long period of time to try to find different ways to cut costs, bring in new efficiencies. And sometimes it is good to have an external body look at it. And even though this particular idea is coming off, there's a number of other things that I feel somewhat comfortable, varying degrees of comfort, recognizing the additional work to come. So I felt we should say it because there was a lot of concern raised about just this broader body of work. And I think everyone's been copied on the vast number of emails that have been as part of a mass email campaign. But that's where we're at now financially. We've cut hundreds of millions of dollars out of the budget over the last 8 years. So we're going to continue to find things like this. And as long as we're engaging thoughtfully and really critically thinking about each and every change, I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have. So thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Zadig.
Thank you. A process question to you, Mr. Mayor. I seconded this motion, but I was always most comfortable with just having no paid parking in the parks. And I'm okay with seeing what happens with paid parking at Telus World of Science and the other attractions. So I'm tempted to put forward an amendment, but of course I seconded the motion. So if you understand what I'm asking, can you provide some advice?
It's in order for you to offer an amendment, even as the seconder of the motion. And so if you have wording.
In lieu of prepared wording, I would just subtract out the Telus World of Science, the Matart, and
Fort Edmonton Park?
And Fort Edmonton Park, yes.
So just for clarity, we have enhanced the original motion to specify the locations, and then the amendment will be to remove those related to the attractions, and we're just going to get that up on the screen for
Okay,
you.
just before we do that, I want to go back to Councillor Esslinger and verify her intent was all of them, including the attractions.
Yes, it was, for this time, because, they're all just coming, I'm speaking to it, so, it is my intent at this time to do that, I will speak to it, because they will come back under that bigger conversation.
Understood, understood. So just making sure that now if we could get the wording up on the screen of the motion,
The
which
motion-
is
the
that
motion or the amendment.
the motion first, and then we'll, since the amendment strikes words from this that we haven't seen before, I want to read this motion in its amended, adjusted, restated, clarified form into the record first, and then we'll consider an amendment to it. So the motion as it stands is that the introduction of new parking fees, parks and open space at Emily Murphy Park, Rafters Landing, Muttart Conservatory, Fort Edmonton Park, and TELUS World of Science, as outlined in Action 1 of the report before us, be removed from the reimagined services actions to be implemented by administration in spring of 2022. And Councillor Zadek is proposing to, by way of amendment, to strike, is it Muttart Conservatory, Fort Edmonton Park, and TELUS World of Science?
Yes.
So you would leave in parks and open spaces at Emily Murphy Park, Rafters Landing.
Yes.
Okay. So it'd be parks and open spaces at Emily Murphy and Rafters that would not have parking if an amended form of the motion passed. So Councillor Zadek's moving to strike Muttart Conservatory, Fort Edmonton Park, and TELUS World of Science. Need a seconder for that.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Okay, so that amendment is before us now. Let's confine the discussion to the amendment for the moment. Councillor Zadek's introduced it, and it's in order. So we can next go to, I have Councillor Caterina on the list next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not sure, we're just speaking to the amendment of eliminating those locations from Councillor Esslinger's motion. So my question was going to be to Councillor Esslinger or to yourself as well, whether this pilot is any different than the pilot referred to fire being involved in, and what the difference would be. Timing looks the same. So I'm not sure why I got the answer I got from my thoughts on fire being excluded from this reimagined work, yet we're considering this now and even amending it. So
well, what's before us is the amendment specifically brought forward by Councillor Zadek about specific sites. If you want to make a motion subsequent to this concerning fire, if any aspect of fire in Reimagine, that would be in order. But strictly speaking, that'd be a separate debate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment?
To the amendment, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate what Councillor Zadek is aiming for here, but I can't support the amendment. Speaking specifically about the Fort Edmonton Park portion of this, that park is an attraction is just trying to get back on its feet. We've guaranteed a loan to that attraction so that they can try to get back their operation and get it back in order. Frankly, the last thing that Fort Edmonton Park needs right now is yet another burden on and drag on attendance there. And then speaking more on a broader sense, I would expect that the same thing is true of the other attractions that, as we are reopening after the COVID pandemic restrictions, that we want to attract as many people as we can to the city. And while this might seem notional, there is something to be said for trying to make those attractions as attractive as possible and as easy to access as possible. And circling back to Fort Edmonton Park, I realize that there was some mention of a 2-hour free parking period to this, but it takes the better part of an hour just to get to the other end of the park from the parking lot. And 2 hours is simply not enough in that instance. And so rather than stack amendment upon refinement upon amendment upon refinement, I thought I heard earlier this afternoon that parking at a macro level generally is going to be looked at right across the city. So I wonder if we don't just keep this as simple as possible. If we really want to take these parks out of the discussion for whatever reason for the next 8 months, and leave it at that. But in any event, won't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Essinger?
And speaking to the amendment, I was contacted when this report came out from the TELUS World of Science. They were surprised by it. They hadn't had conversation about it, and they were feeling it was going to be challenging to get families out if they had to pay for parking and the venue. They hadn't anticipated that. And one of the things I'd heard in Mr. Corbell's remarks was they weren't looking at places where the festivals are because they're just coming out of COVID. Well, I would argue, as Councillor Cartmell, that all these attractions are opening up after being closed for some time. There'll be a bigger parking conversation in the spring of 22. I think it gives them time to get their feet under them and to understand it. The other thing was that the community in and around, for example, TELUS World of Science, they were concerned about implications. And I think if we had some good public engagement, we could work with all parties to ensure we're on the right path forward. So it seems not to do this at time and have a larger parking conversation in the second quarter 22, I think when it's scheduled, makes most sense. So I will not support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger. Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I don't think I will either. I'm trying to think this one through a little bit, but it seems to me, I worry that it muddies the water a little bit on what we're really trying to do here. And I think, although we may want to do parking in these areas, I think we need to be really clear about what our intent is. I mean, I can only really speak for the Mutt Hart, for instance, but if we want to get more money from people going to the Mutt Hart, we should just charge more money from people going to the Mutt Hart, right? I don't think we need to throw the parking in. If that's the intent. Nevertheless, that being said, there may be a point where we have an LRT there and we want people to take another way of getting there if at all possible. But that's a different purpose, and I think at that point we'd want to actually have a look at what the best way is to make that happen. So I think I'm a little bit nervous that we're mentioning any of them, quite frankly. I was a bit more comfortable when it was a bit more generic, because I worry a little bit that we accidentally send the signal that we would never look at parking in these areas, which I think probably would be an error. But I'm reassured that this is an ongoing discussion that we can have, that we should have probably, but using a different intent than simply trying to make money. Because I think if we're just trying to make money off people using these facilities, we already have a way of doing that. With the exception of TELUS World of Science, comes back to us. So, and even then, arguably, it comes back to us because we just have to give them more money otherwise. So, I think it muddies the water to distinguish between the two of these things. I think we need to understand parking in a different way in this city, and that the pricing of parking is really important to understanding what we're doing with it, but I'm not sure the intent should be making money. And I'll just, it's interesting. Parking meters were not introduced in order to make money. They were introduced as a way to control parking and ensure turnover, and that shifted over time. But I think we have the same challenge with these facilities, and we're spending a lot of money on the facilities, and we just as soon have people use them. And if we're discouraging people from using them, then we're wasting money in another way.
Councillor Hamilton is next.
I'll be fairly brief because I think other councillors have illustrated their points really well, which I can't support this amendment at this time. We have another parking issue on the table, a couple places further along on the agenda, but ultimately, there is a really big question around parking in our city and who's entitled to it and why we would or would not restrict it. And it sounds like there's work coming back on that, and I think we need to look at it in through a really varied lens, frankly. I think taking it off the table for now is appropriate. I don't think doing it by piecemeal at this point is helpful in the context of Reimagine. I don't think it supports ultimately the city manager's case. And I think there's a way we could look at look at, I think, the varied issues that we're dealing with on the issue of parking. But I think it would be supported by the work that's coming back in 2022. And council will be able to have, I think, a much better conversation about it at that time. So I'm not going to support the amendment, but I will support the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Thank you. Again, my comments are going to be short. I think by doing, striking these 3 locations, we're basically saying that, we favor these places, not the others. And everybody needs help now to make sure that they're on sound financial footing. This is a conversation that maybe is needed sometimes, but at this time, I think we will be doing things what we will be shouldn't be doing, and waiting on the whole should be the way to go. And then once all the information comes out, and then we will decide, I guess, in the next year, see if what we need to do and how we need to do it. And again, eliminating those 3 locations, I don't know what the impact of all that would be on the budget itself for our efforts to save money. Sorry, never fails. So I'm again going to be not supporting an amendment, but I will support the main motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel, if you could take the chair.
I have the chair.
I appreciate where Councillor Zadok is coming from with the amendment, and I think even the 3 strikes in here from Muttart to Fort Edmonton to TELUS World of Science each merits some separate consideration over time, but I think it merits consideration as part of the larger parking action plan coming forward next year, which I think is Councillor Esslinger's intent in the underlying motion. And because I think a different case can be made for or against in each of these 3 cases, I think Muttart may be able to be managed with a 2-hour limit and enforcement without charging something to force the turnover in the meantime, even if charging is warranted in the fullness of time. But to Councillor Henderson's point, that has price sensitivity and elasticity implications for the attraction, just like it does for Fort Edmonton and just like it does for TELUS World of Science. And I think in each of those cases, we've got to work that through with our partners there to either share in that strategy and think about travel demand management strategies, incenting alternate modes, for example, and then make sure that those modes are sufficient to actually get people there. So I think we've got some work to do in each of these 3 distinct cases before we can go ahead with this. And I think at this point, if we did some but not others, then it will be difficult for the public to follow. And this has become quite a hot topic at this point. So if we're going to pause on it, all of it, or if we're going to pause on part of it, I'd say pause on all of it, do the work as part of the parking action plan, take whatever mitigation steps are necessary at Muttart, for example, in the meantime as part of LRT opening, and then come back in that broader policy framework in 2022. So that would still take it out of Reimagine for now, but put it in that broader policy context in the fullness of time. So I won't support the amendment because I think we should not go ahead with any of these until we're ready to go ahead with whatever needs to happen coming out of the parking action plan in 2022. And Councillor Esslinger's earlier point, I won't speak to the main motion again, that further public engagement is required. I think there's a lot of confusion about what was being attempted here, and again, what the rationales were, which were less about revenue ultimately and more about turnover and supply management in my view. We got to talk about that with our public before moving ahead with any of it. So pumping the brakes on any and all of these changes send us the clearest possible signal. And then it will come back in due course in 2022. So I won't support the amendment, but will support the the underlying motion when we get to it. So I'll take the chair back. And I think Councillor Zadek to close on the amendment.
Sure, thanks. Well, we hear that Reimagine wouldn't be in place until 2022, so hopefully that's a year after COVID. Of course, we're in the throes of this pandemic still. These attractions could produce pricing schemes for entrance, perhaps have a family pass that would include parking, and if so, you would have those minivans full of kids arriving. And if you don't purchase the family pass, perhaps that would discourage single car use to some of these places. So in Reimagine, there's large categories under this parking, paying for parking consideration. We have attractions and we have parks. So as much as I didn't like naming 3 to remove from here, well, first I'll say I originally planned on putting forward a motion that just had parks excluded. But anyhow, Reimagine identified 5 places, 3 of them are attractions. So I'm actually trying to not muddy the waters here by removing them. And I think this is less of a piecemeal approach. Where I draw the line is with parking at parks, and likely I'll never support paid parking at parks if I'm part of that conversation on a future council or otherwise. So with Reimagine, some elements of it are great, some are politically difficult, and some need to be rethought. Waiting for some report on parking in a year from now, which we all know will have difficult implementation considerations, and likely if it's considered and passed in 2022, there wouldn't be action on some of these areas until 2023 or 2024. If there needs to be a serious conversation about parking from a demand management perspective in the city, I think it's appropriate to start that now with the areas that we know justify some paid parking, areas that we know that are being parked in where people walk away and don't actually go to those attractions. So I think the distinction that I've drawn here is appropriate, and I would hope for the support of my colleagues that we would, while question many elements of Reimagine, the paying for parking at attractions can be rethought, can be implemented. Paying for parks we can keep out. So I hope for everyone's support with this, and if it fails, of course, please support the main motion, as I also did second that. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendment to strike the 3 sites.
No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We're just waiting on a couple more votes. Councillor Banga? Councillor Banga, could I have your vote, please?
No for me as well, please.
Thank you so much. Councillor Hamilton?
No for me.
Thank you. And Councillor Nickel?
No, my screen's not coming up.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. That's defeated 1 to 11. Okay, so we're back to the motion sans amendment. Further debate on the motion? Anybody else before I go to Councillor Essinger to close?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Mayor, I can't click in at the moment, so can you
Go
put me
ahead.
on the board?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just, my questions will be in an effort for clarification here. So, Mr. Corbould, through the chair, Mr. Corbould, and to the city clerk, with the passage of this motion, this is a replacement motion for the receipt of information. Is that how we interpret it?
I'll take a stab at this. The motion to receive for information was never put on the floor, so it's not technically a replacement. So the information is presented to council, and council is now putting motions on the floor to give direction to administration.
Okay, then Mr. Corbould, this gets very confusing for me. Perhaps you can see how you can explain this interpretation. If we don't receive the report for information, how do you interpret that? That means what?
To me, that means that I would continue acting on these recommendations you see in the report with the intent of moving forward, except for the ones that I've been told not to in this motion.
Okay, then, Mr. Mayor, my question is to the chair then. I may support this particular part of the motion, but if it is, there's a whole suite of issues that go with receipt of information, which I may not support. So this kind of goes to sort of Councillor Katarina's question. Do you consider this a total carte blanche for receipt of information? If so, then I would actually put the motion on the floor and request separation.
The motion that's before us is particular to parking. Any other questions where direction would be given other than carry on with the investigation or the work needs to come forward separately. Or a motion for receipt of information could be put on the floor subsequent to this, and that can be voted on just as a heads up if that cleans it up. So
yeah, I would be happy to do that, Mr. Mayor. Just speaking to it, I'm very supportive of this motion from Councillor Esslinger, but then I'll put the receipt of information on the table, given that it has a sweeping, in my opinion, sweeping implications for the city. So I'll do that after, and we can just vote.
Okay, yeah, and actually, even as I say it, I mean, we can't give direction through voting no to receipt of information. So if the motion fails, then we'd have to do something different. So let me think about how to deal with that. But what I want to emphasize is that none of those questions are before us. All that's before us is Councillor Essinger's motion right now.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we go to Councillor Essinger to close? Councillor Essinger, go ahead.
Thank you. And this was not a criticism of the work. I just feel like if we're going to go with the parking, we need further public discussion, and we have different motivations. And just for financial reasons, I don't think we're ready to do that. I really have heard a lot from different partners in this, and some may be open to various parts of it, but not without further public engagement. So I don't think we're ready yet. So by taking this off the table now as part of Reimagine, and for it to come back in a bigger policy discussion, I think is appropriate, because we need our public to understand where we'd like to go. I don't know if it's 2 hours or 3 hours. I don't know if it should be all attractions or some, but that conversation needs to happen before we move forward on this. So I'm asking for your support to remove this now, knowing a future council will have another conversation in 22 to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We're just waiting for 2 more votes. Councillor Zadok?
Yes. Yes, for me as well, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol. And Councillor Zadok, just to confirm, you said yes?
Yes,
Thank
I
you
said
so
yes.
much. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, so we've got a couple of other choices. We could leave it at that, and then the default is administration would carry on. If there are other motions specifically arguing for administration to stop work on another initiative, now would be the time. Or
Mr. Mayor,
someone can move receipt of information and folks can just vote against that if that's cleaner for them. But if that fails, then specific direction would be needed. So, Councillor Katarina?
Yeah, no, I wanted to put in a sub-motion on a couple of other items to be excluded from this report before we get to receipt of information, but now I'm really confused on how we want to proceed with this, and exactly for the same reasons as the one we've exempted at the last vote on parking.
Okay, then what I'm going to ask for is a 5-minute recess so I can confer with the clerks and the city manager. And if any of you who have potential motions in mind could throw them in the chat at this point, just so we can see if there's any overlap, that would be helpful. But I'm just going to ask for a little bit of a break to regroup here and get some advice. So,
May I suggest something?
okay, go ahead.
Given that we are crunching for time, I think the next 2 or 3 items might be brief, though I'm open to being surprised. Might I suggest that everyone who wishes to put an amendment forward do so by putting it in the chat? We can revisit this item either later today or once that's been assembled into a motion, and then or if need be on Wednesday.
That's not a bad idea, actually. That would give folks some time to draft some motions and get some advice offline, and we could come back to it. So why don't we, understanding that there will be other motions coming forward on this, why don't we keep on trucking for a while here? That's a good suggestion. Thank you for that, Councillor Hamilton.
Mr. Mayor, one more clarification, please.
Okay, go ahead.
And good suggestion by Councillor Hamilton, but I had a subsequent motion for 6.3 suggested as a sub-motion for item 6.3. Is it too early or too late to do that now rather than a notice of motion without customary notice?
No, we could do that now, and Councillor Katarina and I went back and forth a little bit on the right way to do it, but I think an argument could be made that it's arising, or it's related a bit to some of the items we were discussing under 6.3, so, and it just gets some work and some analysis going, so unless there's a challenge to the chair, I think what he proposed can be accommodated as a subsequent to 6.3. So since we are in a bit of agenda limbo right now, I might take that if you have the wording ready.
I have it ready, and City Clerk, you have that motion. If you could put it up, I'll read it in. I don't think there's been any changes to this, so. Motion is administration review the current scope of Edmonton Northern Partnership in consultation with partners Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Edmonton International Airport, University of Alberta, and Edmonton Global, as well as options to revitalize work related to economic, social, and cultural connections with Northern Canada, and report back to committee Q1 of 2022. This should also include review of current and future potential alignment to the Edmonton Economic Action Plan, potential future resource requirements, as well as the context of COVID-19 recovery for the Edmonton region and northern communities.
I'll second that. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor?
I really don't have much more to. It's such an extremely important sort of initiative that we had let drop because of COVID and everything else, that we'd made such an effort in the last number of years to resurrect the importance of Edmonton being, again, the gateway to the north, and the north relying on Edmonton for education, for commerce, tourism, and all those things that connect us. This would be timely to get this going again, and to give Mr. Corbo the opportunity to start setting things up at this point for Q1 of 2022 to have this thing back in on the table to work on. Very beneficial for the city, and I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Banga?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my, I guess only question is, what is the urgency to this motion?
Is that to the mover?
Yes, please.
The urgency to do it today is because we are actually taking our summer break starting on Monday, basically, and that going into an election year. Basically, that's all the time we have left for this year, and Mr. Corbo needs the direction to start building this up again, or contacting the members that were on this group to start with, and no better time than to do it now to start it going.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, should there be a vote on this motion without customary notice first, whether it's acceptable or not?
If you wish to challenge the chair's ruling that I've allowed it as subsequent, then a motion to waive notice would be required. Do you wish to challenge the chair?
No.
Cool. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Councillor Caterina to close.
Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
Please vote.
Yes for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We're just waiting on 2 more votes. Councillor Paquette?
A resounding yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Nickel?
Yes, and
Thank
can you
you. We
check
have all-
that you're sending me the vote? Because I usually do not have this problem.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote, please. Carried unanimously. Okay, so what I'll do now is ask for a motion to bring forward.
Mr. Mayor, would you mind terribly if we postponed item 6.4 and made it time-specific second item on Wednesday? There's a number of people on the delegation, and some certainty might be helpful.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you. I'll take that motion
So
for
moved.
postponement. Thank you, Councillor
Second.
Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Henderson. Good suggestion. Please vote to postpone. Or unanimous consent. Any objections to postponement? Not hearing any. You got all the votes? Oh, good. Okay, system's working then. Declare the vote.
Yep, we got all the votes.
Display the vote then, please. Carried. Okay. So are we at 6:13 then?
6:13, I don't need a presentation.
Did we deal with 6.7 and 6.9 when we were doing the other reports separately?
Yeah.
We did deal with those? Okay, then we're at 6:13, the developer-sponsored affordable housing policy. This came up from urban planning. Councillor Essinger, any framing comments from the committee?
No, we really just didn't have time to deal with it, so we just sent it up.
Okay, understood. Councillor Henderson selected it, so he's got questions. I'll go to him.
Yeah, sorry, and if we'd had time at committee, I would have asked these. I'm a little bit nervous that we're doing or that we're doing the first part before we develop the replacement. Knowing how hard fought it was, and I understand that this program isn't entirely working, in part because it was created at a time when we were having mostly condos built, and now we're at rental, and for quirky reasons, it never applied to rental, which it probably should have done. But I'm a little bit nervous that without knowing how we're going to replace it, especially because we have some direct controls where it'll still be in force. We have other direct controls that are coincidentally applying for modifications that are now taking it out. These were things that were negotiated as part of an overall package with those direct controls. And it was not an easy principle to get in there to begin with. And I will just maybe follow up to get your thoughts with one other observation before I ask for your thoughts back from Ben, is that it was as much about making sure that we had affordable housing mixed in to all of our developments, and that we weren't ghettoizing our affordable housing. That was part of its intent that I think we never really managed to pull off, but I would hope that whatever we would do going forward would be better at achieving that. But I'm a little bit nervous about giving this one away before we have the next one figured out and negotiated. So thoughts?
Councillor Henderson, a couple of thoughts, and then I'll pass it over to Colton to get into some more specifics. First of all, it's our kind of conclusion that it hasn't been an efficient or effective policy. Only 28 units in 15 years have been achieved through the policy. The other piece that I'll just mention briefly is the notion of really an act of good faith to the industry. Really, it is red tape that you know that has to be addressed over the current situation. So we really believe that repealing will show the industry that we'll park that, and then we'll, you know, in good faith, as I said, work with the industry to move forward. Colton, do you want to weigh in a little bit further to that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Henderson. What I could also offer is all of the DC2s that still have this clause in it will still continue to come forward.
No, I understand that, yeah.
Opportunity
But
for
that,
us
there's
to
an
review.
inequity there that concerns me a little bit. And particularly that anybody then who revises the DC2 and tries taking it out raises a whole nother can of worms. And I guess, you know, I guess I would feel more comfortable if we knew, which is why I would like us to be further along on figuring out how to replace it, that the act of good faith was being reciprocated. And I say that with the bruises for getting this one through to begin with. You know, it was not given without a fight. And that, you know, and I think the reason it hasn't worked, it would have worked if the market hadn't changed. You know, the reality is we're just not seeing, we're seeing primarily rental buildings built, and we oversaw that at the time because when we brought this policy in, nobody was building rental. But it's probably just as important in the rental market as it is in the condo market. So, I mean, what are we hearing back from industry? Because I worry that good faith will not necessarily be reciprocated in terms of the policy piece of what we're trying to do here, which is to make sure that we have affordable housing integrated in everything, in all the communities and areas and buildings that we're putting forward, and not just shoveled off to places where, you know, where it can be ghettoized.
So I think one of the pieces that I could offer to council is that the policy C601 is what we're using to ensure that we spread it across the city in a number of different neighborhoods, and we're making a lot of those efforts, whether it's through the supportive housing projects that are currently under construction, the 5 of those, and the future rapid housing allocations that might come through the second round, as well as our ongoing property acquisition piece. We have a couple of properties that we're bringing to public hearing tomorrow to continue to build on our AHIP objectives of having 600 units approved by the end of next year.
That you know, the thing that always was interesting about this, and I think it's been more successful in other cities, you know, for various different reasons, though, was not that you would have one building that was affordable housing and a different building next door, but you could actually get buildings that had mixed and integrated use within them. And I think we lost sight of that, quite frankly, because we saw this as a way of, you know, originally there was an intent, and this is way back, of raising revenue, which I don't think was the real strength of the program. And that's why I'm asking the question, because we actually now do have some powers under the new MGA that we didn't have to make this happen. So this feels like a kind of backward step to me. And I'm not defending it the way it stands right now, but I think I'm nervous about walking away until we actually have a replacement. I'm out of time. So any thoughts on that?
Certainly, Councillor, the other dimension to that is the high-end nature of the direct control developments really do make affordable housing units cost prohibitive for the city, and they're not really affordable in the continuum of housing that's required.
Yeah, I'm not defending the existing program, but I know we need revision. It's more the timing. I'm out of time, seriously out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bankett?
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. So if we repeal this policy today and there's nothing in place, so those applications DC2 that come before us in the meantime, would they be subjected to the existing, I guess, criteria, or would they just get away with not doing anything? I didn't quite get it from the previous speakers.
Maybe we'll ask Travis Pollock from
from Urban Planning and Economy to weigh in on that one, Travis?
Thanks, Councillor. So as we bring forward applications of the DC2 nature, and if this policy is repealed today, we will not be seeking to negotiate or put in any affordable housing clause in those agreements or in those direct controls.
Okay, so not in any form, like, not even contribution towards it?
Correct.
Like financial money?
No, we will not.
Okay, well, that's strange, but anyway, I'll listen to others.
Councillor Benga, I could supplement that by clarifying that the current provisions don't really represent much in the way of a contribution. They're more like an option to purchase. So they offer the city the option to purchase the units at a discount. And because DC2s are such high-end projects, we have been reviewing them year over year and generally finding that the units just cost too much for the city to purchase and then rent out at below market rates. It's not a good use of our funds, and we get better value when we use our funds in partnership with non-market housing providers, like the grants that we provide or when we provide land. The units end up transacting at closer to $80,000 a door, whereas under this policy, we're being asked to purchase things in the $200,000 or $300,000 per door range.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Someone want to put the recommendation on the floor?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Essinger.
Second.
Seconded by, I think that was Councillor Caterina.
Sure.
Or Councillor Paquette.
No, I'm okay.
It was Councillor Caterina.
Okay. Councillor Caterina is the seconder then. Any debate? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried 11-1. Next is Wolf Willow Crescent Restricted Residential Parking Program. This went to Urban Planning Committee to hear from speakers as well. Councillor Essinger.
Thank you. We really just took the opportunity to hear from speakers and referred it back to council so it could be debated.
Understood. The motion is on the floor still before us. And I'm trying to remember, I think Councillor Hamilton had a chance to introduce it when it was put previously. I'll just check to see if there are any questions at this point. Did you have questions, Councillor Hamilton?
I did not. I would defer to other people's questions or to answer questions if they have them.
I see no one on the board, so.
I'm prepared to put this forward, Mr. Mayor.
It's already on the floor.
Well, it's already on the floor,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, from before. The motion on the floor was referred to committee, so it's already there. I've got Councillor McKeen on the board, though, before we come back to Councillor Hamilton for the close. So, Councillor McKeen?
Yeah, thanks. And to the mover, just because I've run into some issues in the ward I represent with a really restrictive parking program on one street, residents only, sort of. So what range of parking restrictions might work here? Are you looking at ones that would be specific time of day, 2 hours max? Like what kind of things are you thinking of?
I think that's a really good point, and that's something that Councillor Henderson brought up, I think, in the context of the questions and discussion on this during committee. So there's two discussions happening. Administration has proposed a mostly restrictive parking program that would be residents-only parking, but still allow limited public parking along green spaces in the neighborhood. What the residents are looking for is the opportunity to look at a full parking, residents-only parking program with no opportunity for public parking within the neighborhood. They feel that it would simply displace the parking issue, and that this is something that they've been struggling with for over 10 years at this point. So this is about giving them the opportunity to go to what we would probably say is the maximum parking restriction, but does not eliminate other options should other residents in the community not endorse it.
So is there anybody from administration to answer a question about this?
Councilor McKean, Brian Simpson here.
Yeah, hey, Brian, thanks. So the residents only is like strict residents only is really rare, as I would understand it, yes?
That's correct.
And do we have policy that speaks to residents only parking programs?
We do, and taking into account certain criteria relative to size, community, and other aspects of that community.
Yeah, and does the policy sort of reflect the idea that the public curb is for the public?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay, because I just, like, trying to find some relief for these folks is one thing. Trying to make their community exclusively for them is an entirely different thing. And like I said, I've run into this issue on one street in the ward I represent, and it's turned out to be a headache for people, and not all residents actually happy with it. So just one more question to the mover, if I could, Mr. Mayor. So is it your idea, Councillor Hamilton, that this would be reviewed, there'd be some public engagement, and then a policy would come back to committee, or is it just that it would be established through the work with the community?
I don't know if this best answers your question. This is about giving the community the opportunity to pursue the expression of interest process for a restricted residential parking program. Okay. What I hear in your question is also, I think, something Councillor Henderson has brought up in our last discussion, which is that we probably have a much larger conversation about parking and policy around parking as it relates to parasitic parking in our city, whether it's the LRT or it's other amenities in the city. And it sounds like we're going to start to have that discussion in 2022. But for these folks, they've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
And would prefer not to wait that long, continue to wait that long. Yeah.
No, thanks for those answers. I will support this.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Hamilton to close? Not seeing any. Go ahead.
I think I said a lot in my introductory remarks about the challenges in this community, and I'm sorry that it had to come to council for this discussion. Obviously, we do need to do some larger policy work, but I hope that many councillors will be able to relate to this situation, and that we can address this in perhaps a more strategic way going forward. But for now, I'd appreciate your support in helping remedy a challenge in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Caterina. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried, 12-0. Next is the motion coming up from the Community and Public Services Committee report, and I think the portion that required council approval specifically was part 3 of that, though the whole motion's up here. Councillor Paquette, do you want to introduce and put the recommendation from committee on the floor in 6:15?
Yes, I do. Let me just pull it up. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing it on the screen, and that makes it a bit tough.
Are you wanting to put the motion that came up from committee or the amended motion that you might have?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, the amended motion that I might have, but unfortunately, I just have a snippet of it. But let me just read what I've got. That administration work in a collaborative decision-making way with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, additional BIPOC stakeholders, and the Edmonton Police Commission and Edmonton Police Service. Provide additional clarity and actionable data points on the tangible outcomes taken vis-a-vis the 14 recommendations outlined by the Community and Wellbeing Task Force. In the next update on the Safer for All strategy, OCM 00568, Safer for All strategy, community safety, well-being, inclusion, anti-racism. And I think that's about it. Yep. Due date, council, city council, first quarter of 2022.
So that's one of the 3 parts of the committee recommendation, I think.
That's right. And so what's surprising me is I was only sent this as the amended motion.
So that's
unfortunately.
That's slightly different wording than the committee had considered for the first part of the 3-part motion?
Yeah.
Okay, but your intent is...
That the mayor, on behalf of council, write a letter to the federal government requesting a review and potentially update the current definition of a hate crime for racial, gendered, cultural gaps and or biases in the legislative application thereof. And so just to explain, 1 and 2 were sort of put together for clarity by administration. And so that's why instead of a 3-part motion, this is a 2-part.
So administration has suggested the motion be put in 2 parts. Part 3 is now part 2. That's the letter, and that's unchanged. But you're suggesting that parts 1 and 2 have been combined and restated on administration's advice, and that's what you've just moved. Yes?
Clear as day. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can we get that up on the screen? Just so we're all clear.
Can I just triple check that we're all saying the exact same thing? So, Mr. Mayor, what Councillor Paquette read out is the restated 1 and 2 from committee, and 3 stays as it is, which is now 2. And just for clarity, we're going to take out Edmonton Police Service. I might have misheard Councillor Paquette read that and leave it as Edmonton Police Commission.
Yeah, we can't direct.
Yes.
We can't direct the service. So yes, with that change. Okay, so we'll get that up on the screen presently so everyone can refer to it. There it is. So that's the Councillor Paquette's motion. Seconder?
Second.
Councillor McKean, I think, got that one. And he's, did you want to introduce it, Councillor Paquette? Before I go to questions from Councillor McKean?
Oh, sure. This arose out of our conversations at committee. We had a very robust conversation, and these were the items that we talked about, and there tended to be general agreement on with both those who came to present and with administration and the other folks who were there to present and to speak to the items. So really it's an amalgamation of all of the things that were determined to be at the top of the priority list moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor McKean, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is a question for the clerk, but there was a motion passed by council to look at changes to the public places bylaw and potential fines for acts of discrimination based on race, ethnicity, gender identity, etc. Do we know when that's coming back?
I'm just looking right now, Councillor, and I'll get back to you. Unless Mr. Smythe already has it. No. We'll have a wee look, Councillor, and I'll get back to you.
So while you're looking that up, do we have Chief McPhee on the call?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, Chief, glad you're here. Thank you. So I understand, and one of the criticisms that unfortunately gets levied against police, you should be charging these people with hate crime. but I understand the way the legislation is written, the bar is pretty high to actually get a charge of under a hate crime. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, hate is used in two ways. One is actually a criminal offense, which is very hard to prove in the current law and legislation around that. The second part is to use hate in the principle of sentence. Both of those have been used by the police service. I believe the intent of that letter is asking the federal government to look at some of those changes that could be done, and I believe they are talking about that right now is what I think is happening. So that part of the motion, I certainly think would be something that's wouldn't hurt and could benefit our citizens, not just in Edmonton, but the country.
So we have a public places bylaw which allows for fines for people violating community standards. And we'll be getting this report back on whether or not we could use a bylaw in incidents that don't maybe reach the level of hate crime. And I guess one of my questions for you is, EPS will still be called out to those things. Could you be able to apply a bylaw in those situations?
We certainly could at certain things, but I think you got to ask the question of what we're trying to accomplish and who's actually doing it. That same argument was some of the problems that we registered with the masking bylaw. Some led with enforcement, and really it didn't really help matters all that much. I think the longer term behavioral change is something deeper than a bylaw. But if it was just to some person that was obviously acting out, there's some principles to that. But I don't think, to your point, that that's going to solve the bigger issue of what the letter's about.
No, I couldn't agree more. We got a lot of work to do, but I just wondered if it was, a tool in the toolkit for an incident that is troubling. Somebody maybe needs to learn a lesson, or the community needs to see that it was taken seriously by government, and we might have that option. We haven't seen the potential bylaw changes yet, but I just wanted to confirm that whereas city bylaw officers, the police officers might be able to enforce it, the DPS could be involved as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a tool in the toolbox, and there's always officer discretion, but it's like anything, when you have a bylaw in place, there's an expectation that that bylaw charge is going to be laid. And in some cases, it might not be the best response. So I think it's going to be on an individual case-by-case basis.
Absolutely agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
So this wording's a little bit different than what was in the package from Community Public Services, but I think my questions still apply. There is a piece that's been sort of merged in about additional or actionable data points on the tangible outcomes. And I think maybe I'm looking for clarity from maybe the committee chair or administration, what that means. This the reason I ask is that I believe that there's some federal work being done on data collection as it relates to race-based data. So I don't know who to go to first to clarify that.
Yeah, there definitely is some race-based work done. Again, that particular part of the motion, I'm not so sure is really relevant because it is a federal jurisdiction. So what's really happening there is there's 3 or 4 police services in the country that are piloting the StatsCan, Edmonton being one of those, to actually find a non-intrusive way of collecting race-based data, which is really what we've been working on for several months now to push forward. But just like some of the recommendations of the 14, there's some really good stuff there, but there's some of these things that jurisdiction-wise stuff are problematic. And that one, and Ron Anderson can speak in detail because he's kind of part of that from us.
That one is something we're already on top of. Outside of anything, it's more of a federal government initiative for the country. Ron, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, so StatsCan's been doing consultations with the Criminal Justice Statistics Initiative, so all police agencies, courts, and corrections across Canada. They've been doing the same thing in health, education, and social services realms as well, to come up with a single standard for race-based data collection nationally. We've been identified to start, looks like January 1st, or in that time frame, to be one of the 3 pilot locations. And we'll have a draft of their report on their consultation process within the next 2 weeks here. So we'll be able to have an idea of where things are going then.
And that's just a federal jurisdiction, to your point, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, and so I guess maybe this is to the mover, Councillor Paquette. I need some I think I need some clarity on the additional clarity piece in this motion, because it's different than what we've been, I think, what was in the agenda package. And I'm actually struggling with the meaning, like what your intention is. What are you looking for with this motion?
And that's to me?
Yes. If
Okay,
you,
well,
as
the
the mover, wish
original,
to answer that.
The original wording, I believe, was more clear, but I think that this was changed by administration to be more streamlined.
Okay.
But in the original intent, I mean, this came out of the entire meeting there, so I can see why the wording here maybe feels different than what's in the agenda package right now. So I would actually bounce that back to administration to find out the rationale there.
I mean, really, like one of my, this is a point of clarification, is the meaning of the word vis-a-vis. And ma français n'est pas très bien, but I'm coming up with like 4 different definitions of what vis-a-vis could mean. And so I maybe need a synonym there, because it's not entirely clear what the outcome in this context is meant to be.
Okay, great question. And I would actually bounce that over to administration for choosing the words vis-a-vis.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if anyone wants to jump on that.
My understanding of vis-a-vis was with respect to, so if that's clearer, that could be done. The other concern that we tried to address was, as we understand it, the task force provided 14 recommendations, not calls to action. And so we changed it from calls to action to recommendations, because that's what is in their report.
So, okay, that does, perhaps I'll suggest a friendly amendment that vis-a-vis be changed to with respect to, just because the different translations I've come up with contradict that intention.
Any objections to that change?
It's friendly to me.
Okay, we'll make that clarification.
And I'm out of time on that.
Councillor Bangus next.
Thank you. Chief McPhee, you're still, I guess, on the line there. Anyway, the second part of the motion, do you understand that this is just going to changing the definition that's in the criminal code? Are we asking?
Yeah, to that point, Councillor Banger, the second part would be to reopen it to be a broader definition in relation to the criminal code, which is obviously the Criminal Code of Canada, which is a Canadian jurisdiction. As you are well aware, it is so vague and so hard to prove that a lot of these charges absolutely don't go forward, because that's your intent, where there is potentially something also that can be presented upstream in relation to this that may be a lesser offense. So it's just a discussion for them to actually review this and dealing with this. Everybody's talking about this, but they think that the current law, current legislation can deal with this, and it's not conducive to actually doing that. So it needs a broader look at this in relation to part 2.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Debate? Anybody else before I go to Councillor Paquette to close? Maybe I'll just pass the chair to Councillor Cartmel. A good discussion at committee, and I think this keeps the work going and then ensures that we're going to have specific reference to the 14 recommendations when it comes back. There's clearly a lot happening, and there were many things that were happening before all of this, but I think urgency has been shared on this by community and by council and by all the players. So I think this keeps that moving. And then in terms of point 2, I think what we have seen of late in the country and in the world, but particularly here in Edmonton, with hateful and bigoted behavior towards particular identified communities. And I've seen a backlash and awfulness towards Indigenous Canadians, towards Black Canadians, towards hijabi women and Muslim brothers and sisters here in this community, and just a level of hatred and nastiness that I have never seen before in my life. And I have to tell you, as mayor, it is heartbreaking to have to respond each and every time to those instances when they come, and have our community associated with that behavior. And I used to say that that was un-Edmontonian, but sadly for some Edmontonians it is within their tolerance and within their worldview to express those positions. And there are systemic and long-term contributing factors to that. There are issues of specific prejudice in the hearts of people who ought to know better. And there are far too many of those people, and they've been given license in a variety of different ways to spew their hatred in this community and direct it towards people who came here, in many cases, fleeing that from other places in the world. And so even though ultimately the rules around this are federal, I do think it's behooves this council to add our voices to others calling for review and strengthening of hate crime legislation in this country, to equip our police and other agencies with the tools that they need to counter this disturbing rise in violent and divisive hate-fueled sentiment that we see, not limited to this city, but there have been so many events of late. And so I think this gives us an opportunity to send that strong signal as well in part 2, and I will be very happy to write that letter and reference this council's support for that position. So I'll leave it there and take the chair back. Return the chair. And go to Councillor Hamilton next.
I still have one question, which is that the motion makes reference to the 14 recommendations, and I know that there was some conversation at various points about whether or not that was within the scope of the city or the police commission to address. And so I was wondering, maybe this is to the city manager, how that would be negotiated in your follow-up report on this.
Yeah, so from my perspective, Councillor, we would still continue to enhance our Safer for All plan that we provided as an interim, and we would continue to reinforce that plan and add to it as we work together with the police service and the commission. But we understand that there's a direction from council to go back and answer the 14 question. So we haven't figured out exactly how we'll do that. Maybe an addendum, maybe a separate answer to task force, but we will endeavor to do that between now and January.
All right, so this is the direction you're taking from this is sort of a direct response to the 14 recommendations, not necessarily not overstepping implementation where there might not be an opportunity for implementation.
Well, we will, I may not understand the question. We will definitely do more than is in the 14 recommendations. And I would say that the Safer for All interim report even has more than what's just in the recommendations. That's because in addition to hearing from the task force, we heard from several other entities, including the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. And so a big part, I think, of our response in January will be the additions that we add to our interim Safer for All plan that are advised and helped out by the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. So the idea of dealing directly with Black racism and Muslim racism and Indigenous racism, which were not really covered in the task force report, we need to handle those in a way that addresses the intersectionality of these pieces. And so that's a good example of something that will go beyond the 14 recommendations.
Okay. Maybe what I'm struggling with is so the report you're bringing back has sort of an overarching plan. What does this motion do to support your work, or what additional guidance does it give you? This part one. Part two, I'm clear on. But.
Yeah, so I would say that there's nothing in this motion that we weren't already going to do anyways. It does clearly identify. So, for example, mentioning specifically the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee, we had already planned to do that going forward, and mentioning specifically additional BIPOC stakeholders, we had already intended to do that going forward from the June plan. So it's helpful because it provides that clarity, but it doesn't change what we were going to do anyways, but it's more clear, so that's helpful.
Okay, that helps clarify things for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further before I go to Councillor Paquette to close? Not seeing any. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for your good questions. The intent of this motion is to keep the direction of the work in line with the task force report for some tangible responses and actions in the next January check-in. The EPS report was, they felt also that they needed a bit more time, as did administration, and so they're working on a lot of really fantastic stuff. So we just want to make sure that we're clear with what we want to see and what the community wants to see as well. We heard from the community that they weren't exactly thrilled with the first report. So we want to make sure that the next report clearly meets those requirements. And as was mentioned, it was a fantastic committee meeting. And I think that what we found is that everyone was on the same page and willing to move forward, and this helps us get there. It's also, this direction is in tandem with the work that we're told is happening, so it is it's fairly seamless. Mr. Mayor, you touched on some important factors, and it's nice to think that we're in a post-racial society, but obviously we are finding out that that is not entirely true with a lot of the different revelations that have been coming out that are surprising a lot of Canadian society and a lot of folks in Edmonton. But, we don't have to go back very far in history to think of, issues like the Komagata Maru, the erasure of African Americans in Alberta history and how they helped to build this province. But now that contribution is nearly invisible. And of course, the Indigenous issues where even, members of my own family, the justification for treating them terribly was that they were considered to be devils or uncivilized, didn't understand science, and therefore were worthy of demonization and ill treatment and the theft of identity and dignity and land. And so these are attitudes that are alive and well today and perpetuated to this day. And so, the work that we're engaged in is some of the most important work that we can do for those who are growing up today, so that they have a place in Edmonton where they feel they belong, where they feel that they are recognized, and to put it bluntly, where they feel like they are seen as human beings, as people. And so I just want to thank everyone who has put in effort so far, and everyone who's going to be continuing to put effort into this work. I think that none of it has gone unnoticed, and it's difficult work, and we're getting there together. So thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Caterina. We're just waiting on 2 more votes. We've got all the votes.
Display the vote, please. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, Councillor Knack had selected hosting events and festivals in the city. This came up from Community and Public Services Committee 2. Councillor Paquette, any introductory comments on 616?
I'll keep it short in case Councillor Henderson wants to say anything. This is just, we heard very clearly that, for our festivals to move forward and be able to thrive post-COVID, that this is something that was needed. It was very modest and a modest ask, and something that we are able to do. So I'll just leave it at that in case Councillor Henderson wants to add.
No, I think Councillor Knack wanted to do a subsequent on this. That's why it's here. I'm fully supportive of the motion.
Right. Someone want to put the recommendation from committee on the floor then?
Happily to do that.
I think Councillor Paquette will defer to him as chair of the committee. Councillor Henderson to second. Councillor Knack, did you have questions on this, or are you on for the subsequent?
Maybe just a question or two to help inform the subsequent.
Good.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Just, I know it's not perfect, but we were talking last meeting about the rising costs that are primarily due. I think 60% are due to policing costs, and that ties into primarily the Traffic Safety Act. So I guess there's been an administrative to administrative conversation already about that, and thus far there has been no interest from the provincial administration side to make adjustments. Is that a correct summary of what I heard last week?
From my perspective, Councillor, that is quite accurate. It's working. We're still dialoguing with the administration, and it's still in the discussion phases. Nicole, do you want to add to that, Nicole?
Yeah, that's what I understand from Parks and Road Services, that they've been in discussions with the provincial colleagues.
And would that have primarily been through the Ministry of Transportation? I'm just wondering if there's been engagement with the Minister of Culture as part of this, and the recognition that these impacts are making it challenging to run events.
Brian, do you have any comments?
Yeah, there was no engagement with the Minister of Culture. It was strictly as identified, and also through Solgen's departments.
Solgen, okay. So it's not transportation, it's been Solgen and so far?
There's a conversation involving both, sir.
Okay. Part of why I'm asking is that I think it is time to maybe have the mayor write a letter on behalf of council to the appropriate ministries to see if we can move that piece forward, because there's some red tape that's in the way that's causing some costs. So I just wanted to make sure I know who we're directing to. Would we see value in including the Minister of Culture on that? Because I think festivals and events are a part of their area too, and they might be able to help with this.
From my perspective, sir, just the dissemination, sharing of that information would be value across the ministries, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the appropriate time, once we approve this, because I'm supportive, I'll have a motion for subsequent.
Understood. I'll come back to you on that shortly. It looks like there's nobody else on the board. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Henderson?
Yeah, I think this is a great news story, and I wanted to thank administration for working on this. I think it will actually make a whole bunch of stuff possible for some groups that can, I think, do some really good things for the city this summer, and this will mean that they can afford to do it, which would have been a real challenge for them otherwise, to go back to the comments that I made much earlier in the day about where our arts and culture is in the city. So thanks to the administration for working on this, and I can say that the festivals that came forward to us were very, very happy with what's being put on the table. And grateful.
That's great. Councillor Paquette to close?
No, I think that's good.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Caterina. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, you scribe Strix again. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried unanimously. Okay, so we've still got, I wonder if there's anything quick
There's a
we can do.
subsequent on that one.
Oh, there is a
Knack.
subsequent, yeah. Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you. I think we might have the wording to come up. I'll just read the final wording because my original wording was a little messy. Don't have it on the screen.
Did you want us to, so Councillor Knack, do you want us to put it up on the screen?
Sure, if you don't mind, just in
Yep.
case there's been, I don't know how many changes have been made, but I'll just read it there. That the mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Minister of Transportation, Solicitor General, and Minister of Culture to reduce the red tape created by the Traffic Safety Act that adds significant cost for festival and event organizers.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Go ahead.
And just quickly introducing it, so I mentioned in my questions, but just worth repeating, we learned that about 60% of the costs on average for festivals and events are related to policing, and most of that is driven by the requirements in the Traffic Safety Act. And my frustration, first of all, the work that was previously done, we just approved, is fantastic, but the problem is, even the grant we just approved is to essentially pay ourselves. So if we're just going to keep paying ourselves, I'd much rather see if we can fix the problem at the source than figure out ways to increase the grant so that festival and event organizers don't have to keep coming back to us to get a larger grant that ultimately just gets paid back to us. It feels like a really inefficient process, and I just have a feeling they might not understand that that is what is driving up the costs of a lot of these. And I remember, you go back even to the Open Streets event, that one was even a higher portion of the costs were related to traffic safety. And while some of the items in the action plan might help, it does sound like through the conversation we had last week that unless there's a substantive change to there, we're just going to continue to see those costs go further and further. So I just want us to not have to keep paying ourselves and allow our festivals and events to use the money to help grow their events if that's what they want to do, or to provide better services. And a lot of the changes will help make their life easier. This piece related to costs would make a big difference. So that's why I brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to address this one?
just going to make one more minor change.
Oh, clerks want to suggest a wording clarification?
Yeah, we're just going to add the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction as well, so in addition to Sol Jen, Minister of Culture and Transportation.
Yeah, good catch. Sergeant at Arms too, or? Just kidding. All right, so with that change, which I presume is friendly, hearing no
Very much
objection, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the vote. Carried. Okay, we've only got about 5 minutes left. I can't see anything else that we can knock off quickly. Maybe some of the 8s, I don't know. We could start anyway. And we would have the bylaws next, though. So 7.4 is a deeper item. It looks like we're going to need the afternoon on Wednesday too, probably, at the rate we're headed here. So
I'll move to bring 8.1 forward.
Councillor Henderson's moving to bring 8.1 forward.
Second.
Any objection to bringing 8.1 forward? Hearing none. Councillor Essinger, you want to put it on the floor and see how far we get?
Certainly. Do I need to read it in, or because we have it in our books?
If you want to move it as presented.
Yes.
And I'll second it for you.
All
So
right.
go ahead and introduce it.
Really, Child Friendly Advisory has been working as part of the Child Friendly Initiative for some time. But they're valuable input into various departments of the city. And so we felt like, I don't know the future of initiatives, but this work is key to where we're moving forward. And later on in August, we're going to hear from the Early Learning and Care Steering Committee, and they might need some members on this as well. So it's really the idea of embedding it in the organization. We're committed to a child-friendly city. We should formalize their involvement. And this is how to get there.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Essinger? Councillor Paquette?
No questions, just to speak to it for 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just want to commend Councillor Essinger for all her work on this. And just want to throw my full support behind this. It's about time that this got codified into what we do. And I think this is the right step, especially as we sort of shut down or wound down a bunch of initiatives. One thing we learned is that there are some things that were actually really, really important in the development of policy and what we do. And this is going to really help us out in a wonderful way. And also, I think, provide a really interesting avenue to hear from new voices from the community that we rarely hear from in council. So I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board. Anything to close, Councillor Essinger?
No, it's very straightforward. Just ask for your support as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Katarina.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk, my
Thank you.
token expired.
Thank you, Councillor Banga. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Thank you, and Councillor Paquette.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. Carried. All right, so why don't we leave it there? We will pick up on Wednesday with one of the in private time specifics. Namely the technology update. Then we've got some other time specifics, and we've got all day to work through the rest of it, which should be achievable, but don't give up your afternoon just yet. We may need some of it. So All right, let's recess this council meeting until then, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for EAC.